Just first, I'd like to say hi to everybody, and I hope you're enjoying what summer that we do have available to us, and that you're enjoying and relaxing some of it. Maybe not so much today or this week, but anyway. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. Can everybody hear me? Am I loud and clear? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Wade, turn your mic. Thank you, Wade. Wade, you got your mic off. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're good now. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And it just so happens that this is the first work session that's being held at 4 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. This was the first initial date to start, so just wanted to remind everybody about that. So today is legislative session day number 18, and this is for August 3rd's work session. Okay, so we're going to start with, we're all over the place here. Julian, we're going to keep your bill last since you have so many speakers, so we can get everybody else through the process today. Is that okay with you?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go down to fiscal matters and contracts, if you all don't mind. And we're going to turn to page 40. And I think we have Tom Kiefer, who will be speaking on two contracts, one on page 40 and one on page 44. Tom, are you there?
I believe he is, Madam Chair. He's communicating with me. He's having some technical difficulties that we're trying to work out. Give me 1 second. Let's see if he's here now. Tom, are you on now? Tom?
There we go.
Ah, there you are.
There I am. All right. Sorry about that. So, don't know what happened. All right. So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council. The administration is requesting approval of an intergovernmental agreement with Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority, and to provide technical engineering and operational and other support services to the county having to do with the solid waste management facilities on an as-needed basis. The intergovernmental agreement commences upon council approval and continues until June 30th of 2025, and is renewable by mutual agreement with 3 additional 5-year periods. Compensation may not exceed $1.2 million during each contract year and $24 million for the entire approximately 19-year and 11-month term, including, and of course that includes the renewal periods. So this is a contract, an intergovernmental agreement that DPW has had with the authority in the past, and we use that to be able to provide on-call consultant services to help us with landfill issues and questions, and that's it. Could you hear me? I hear nobody.
I hear you. I heard you fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Good. All right.
Can you hear me, Tom?
I can now.
Oh, okay. Huh. Okay. But now my video's off. Something's wrong here.
I think there's a planetary alignment.
Mac's not running and my iPad just keeps going crazy, so,
Your camera's back.
For a second, it was just you and I, Tom.
there we go.
And how do you vote, sir? Okay.
So, Tom, if you'd like to go down to Uber Technologies on page 44.
Yes.
Madam
and-
Chair,
Yes.
we received communication earlier today. Deandra Walker's going to testify on that.
Oh, okay, already.
Yes, you familiar with her? She's the deputy director who's focused solely on transportation. I thought it would be good for her to be doing the transportation items.
Well, I will be now. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Kiefer on this issue.
Yes, Suzie.
Mr. Kiefer, does this agreement have any relationship to our waste hauling agreements? What's the nexus on that? Is there
No.
any relationship?
None. So the agreements that we have with the haulers is not intertwined with this. They may be able to provide us advice on issues related to in other parts of the industry, but not with regards to us and our agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add a comment. Councilmember Patoka, we did reach out to the association to help validate our rates when we did our rates work with the trash haulers last year. And so the association did give us feedback. We've been a part of this group for many years. And prior to Steve Walsh's departure, he did indeed recommend that, and we concur that getting third-party validation on different things is a good best practice. So the association did help us out in looking at our rates, but they are not. This is not directly what Tom presented today is not directly related to that work.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Waiting for DeAndrea.
I'm here now. Is she here? I'm sorry. I missed half. Both of my devices are having issues, and I'm not sure why. I'm trying to connect with someone to help me. Is she here to talk about the contract? Or did I miss that?
No, she hasn't. Chris, was DeAndrea able to make it on?
I don't see her on the list of panelists, and I haven't received any communication from her via email. I'm trying to see if maybe she's on the list of attendees times that happen.
Madam Chair, could we move on and I will try to reach her? I can call her.
Yeah,
Yes.
Madam Chair, your screen went blank and she was on, and then when you came back, she disappeared.
Ah,
Right, I saw it on there as well, Ed.
I know.
You got it. We're having a rough one today.
It's gonna be rough because here's my Mac just keeps saying starting WebEx and it won't do anything, and my iPad keeps going in and out. So
Madam Chair,
I don't know what to do. So
Madam Chair, it's Wade, and I'm having problems too. When Tom was on, I didn't hear much of anything he said. So my whole screen went blank. Then it came back. So I don't know.
have a storm over us or something. Well, we'll just have to let each other know if we're not hearing. We don't really need to see each other, but we definitely need to hear each other. So if all of a sudden you can't hear me, please wave your arms, do something. And I think I'm going to turn my Mac off. Maybe having two devices together, I'm having a problem today. So bear with me. I'm just going to send one email here to see if one text to see if I can get it going. Okay, okay.
Madam Chair, Ms. Walker is with us, I think, or, yeah. DeAndrea is with us.
Who's with us?
DeAndrea Walker from DPW on that next contract.
On the Uber technology? Oh, okay. Very good. Can we see or hear from her? Andrea Walker, I see you, and I see you, but I don't hear you. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Miss
Yes,
Walker,
I can hear you.
Miss Walker, can you hear me? I don't think Miss Walker can hear me.
I can't even see her.
I just saw her, but she disappeared. This is going to be a great day. Okay. Can anyone else take it?
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a recommendation for those who are not speaking. They can also turn off their cameras and see if we
Okay.
can isolate some of these issues.
Okay, thank you. Izzy, turn your camera off. Can't hear you.
It is on. Do you not see it?
No, I said turn the camera off.
Oh, turn it off? Oh, we're turning cameras.
Everybody's turning them off for a
Oh,
minute.
gotcha. Understood.
Let's see if DeAndre can now communicate.
Okay, Miss Walker, are you there?
Now, she's actually showing like she's not actually connecting.
Okay, is there anyone else that can take care of this contract? Mr. Ed?
Tom could present it.
Who?
Tom,
Okay.
it's Tom, are you still here?
I am.
Keeper.
I am, but
Right,
I
we can't get
yeah.
DeAndrea on.
All right. And I'm trying to find the executive summary for that.
Madam Chair, we do apologize not being able to control the technology here.
No apologies. I'm having the same issue, so it's okay. There's Miss Walker. Miss Walker, can you hear us?
Oh, my
I
word.
hear her laughing. That's her laugh.
I can see her, but I don't think she has her speaker on.
DeAndrea, can you hear us? She's spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I heard her laughing though.
My WebEx is still spinning on my Mac. That's never happened before. I'm just going to shut it down to cause less issues. I think I got everything I need in front of me. Oh, maybe I had too much stuff up. I think Mr. Kiefer is trying to figure out a way to get it done. So we'll just...
Madam Chair, I'm going to send Deandra a message with a call-in phone number and access code and see if she can reach this call-in by phone.
Rob, we put on that.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Yeah.
Deandra, we can hear you.
Talk fast.
Councilmember Bevins, we see you twice.
That's a...
on twice.
Yeah, you'll have to cancel one of those, ma'am.
Well, who can't get enough of Kathy Bevins? Come on now. Not I.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm gonna close this.
It's still on though.
Now we can't hear you.
Is Miss Walker or where were we? Or
I'm Kiefer, yes.
I'm Kiefer. Are we moving forward on the second?
Sure. Sure, if Deandra is not having, you there?
That's all we hear her say is she's here.
Yeah.
Keep talking. Keep talking, Miss Walker. Just get it out.
Intermittently. How's, hmm.
Tom, are you able to present?
The Q&A could be interesting, but I can certainly read. But
I couldn't understand any of it. I don't know about any of
okay,
it.
so excuse me, Madam
Can I
Chair.
have Tom just read the executive summary, and hopefully we can answer questions. DeAndrea, we really couldn't make out what you were saying. It was breaking up.
And we may be able to use the chat feature when it comes to some of the questions if you have any. So the administration is requesting approval of a contract with Uber Technologies to provide rideshare transportation services to eligible county residents who utilize the county ride program. The contract commences upon council approval and continues for 1 year and will renew automatically for additional 1-year periods until terminated by either party. The contract does not specify a maximum compensation for the initial 1-year term or for any renewal period, but it's estimated to cost $25,000 annually. As you may be aware, the county ride moved from the Department of Aging to the Department of Transportation effective on July 1. And this service will allow us to expand coverage and provide additional rides as needed and help with the dispatching.
So just so I understand this correctly, if County Ride can't get out to pick someone up or drop someone back off, we now have a contract with Uber to do that?
This is what that would do, yes, ma'am.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
And so because of the COVID, we're limiting the number of passengers in the county ride vehicles. And so in order to continue to meet demand, this will allow that.
Okay, very good.
Ma'am, it significantly expands our capacity and flexibility for our seniors.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the members?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilor Marks.
Yeah, I just want to commend the administration. This is a terrific initiative, and it's reflective of us working to create a nimble transportation system. Candidly, I don't know we would be debating this 5 or 6 years ago, but this administration, I think, has been very progressive in how it treats transportation. We're going to see that with the circulator in a couple of minutes, and I just want to commend them for that.
Well, thank you for those comments. I'm sure they're appreciated. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes. I can't see who's talking, but
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Council. Madam Chair, just
Oh.
quickly, not on this specific issue, but since I have Tom Kiefer and Stacy Rogers and others present, as all of us know for sure, I know Councilman Catch and I share this issue. With COVID, obviously we get a lot of people using the parks, and a lot of people unfortunately are leaving trash all over the place. And I've asked Kimmy in the county exec's office if we could continue to try to address some of these issues, especially down by River Road and Ilchester and the Gristmill Trail. And it's a big, big problem, unfortunately, that's the COVID. A lot of people are going to use parks, but it's created a lot of issues, not only trash, but some other issues as well. So Tom Kiefer, whoever's your point on things like that, I would be interested in talking to him and doing something to bring the community together to address it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
thank you, Councilman Quirk. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Izzy.
Yes,
I just
Councilman.
wanted to point out that I know this was a little awkward for Ms. Walker, but I've known DeAndrea Walker for many years, and she's a top-notch professional, and I look forward to working with her when we're able to communicate, hopefully when we have in-person meetings. But I think, unfortunately, we weren't able to hear her today, but I can vouch that she is a top-notch professional and look forward to working with her.
Well, thank you, Councilman, for those comments. Anyone else? Okie dokie. Thank you, Ms. Walker, and thank you, Mr. Kiefer. Next, we have Lawrence Richardson, the Deputy Director of Finance and Administration. We have two contracts. The first one is on page 50. Lawrence, are you with us?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the council.
See you. Okay, we're making progress. All right.
The first contract I have is with our Department of Social Services Child Advocacy Center. So we're contracted with ITR Training Institute to provide instinctual trauma response training to our CAC staff and to community therapy providers.
I'm sorry, Lawrence. I told everybody page 51. I thought 55. I thought we were doing that.
I'm sorry.
So can we all switch to 55 real quick? Lawrence is on that ITR training. Thank you, Lawrence. I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. So the funding for this is available through the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention and Victims Crime Act. So the vendor will be providing training and consultation to our CAC staff, and this is going to help broaden the pool of our trauma-informed therapists in Baltimore County, and then they'll be able to effectively treat victims of child abuse. And this is essentially a train-to-trainer contract that we'll have for the total of the contract is $200,000 for 4 one-year renewals.
Thank you. It sounds like very important work. Does anybody have any comments or questions on that contract? Okay, Lawrence, if you don't mind going to page 50.
No problem. So this is a contract that we're entering through our local management board. It's with Community Solutions for multisystemic therapy for emerging adults. This is a service that will help stop the slide of system involved in youth or young adults that are involved with negative outcomes and involved in the criminal justice system. So we'll be providing a network to ensure treatment and management of behavioral health conditions, and specifically targets outcomes for young adults ages 17 through 24 who have been diagnosed with behavioral health disorders, mood, anxiety, trauma, and substance abuse disorders. This is an extensive system of involvement. We work with therapists, and the clients are recommended or by Department of Juvenile Services.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from any of the members on this contract? All right, thank you so much, Lawrence.
All right, thank you.
Take care. Okay, next we're going to go down to page 59, and we have Ms. Amy Grassi with us with real estate compliance.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. I'm going to go quickly. I have a contract for a drainage and utility easement and temporary construction easement that we require to do work on the Orams Sewer Basin 3 in the Middle River area. The property address is 2117 Eastern Boulevard. I believe that's near the intersection with 43. The proposed compensation is $35,302 for the 2 easement areas, and that is the appraised value that was accepted by the owner. This property is a commercial property with various retail tenants, and the owner is Eastern Point Properties, LLC.
Okay, I'm not really familiar with this, which I'm surprised because I usually am educated on all these in my district. Kingston Road in Middle River, the property is in BLAS. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of that.
The property is zone BLAS?
It was, yes, BLAS.
And this is the corner of Kingston Road and Eastern Avenue. Okay, I'm going to connect with you later on this because I'm not familiar with it. And the last I checked, that corner didn't have AS on it. Okay, so I'll connect with you later today or tomorrow on this issue. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, we just get the information from the zoning layer on GIS.
I'm just not familiar with it, so I just want to make sure I understand it completely and what's going to happen there. Okay.
Okay. Well, it's relief sewer work. It's the whole line through there.
Okay. All right. I'll catch up with you later today or tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did anybody else have any questions or comments for Ms. Grassi? Okay. Thank you. Okay. We're still under fiscal matters and contracts. If everybody could turn to page 35. We have Mr. Steve Lafferty here to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. The administration is requesting approval of a contract with ICF Incorporated LLC to provide consulting services and develop a greenhouse gas inventory and mitigation plan. The county currently does not have the capacity nor the expertise to perform such an evaluation and analysis. The contract began on June 12th, may not exceed $25,000 until there's approval by the council. If approved, the contract would continue through the acceptance of a final report before the end of February of 2021. The contract may not exceed $85,000. The consultant's work will provide us with data needed to evaluate the greenhouse gas emissions from county assets and operations, including electricity and energy usage, our waste disposal, and motor vehicles. The consultant is currently engaged in task 1, which is organizing and gathering the data for the analysis before an actual set of recommendations is made, so we can have the most effective and efficient way of utilizing county resources to address any mitigation that may be necessary. I was also asked to address the trade-offs involving competitive procurement as opposed to a piggybacking contract. This contract is based on a piggyback agreement from the Washington Council of Governments that did a competitive bidding and decided to actually engage two firms, ICF and a second one named Cadmus. We reached out to both of them and asked them to submit proposals for this work and chose ICF. Cadmus bid was actually $50,000 greater. By going through the piggyback route, we felt that we could move this more expeditiously. It certainly meets the same terms that we were seeking without actually deviating from what our intents were by contracting with ICF.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lafferty. Are there any comments or questions about about this contract? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lafferty. Take care.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next we're gonna look at resolution. No, we're not gonna do that. I'm sorry. Okay, now we're going to go to page 1, Bill 5920, and I believe we have Rob O'Connor, Director of Office and Information Technology, with us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Office of Information Technology requires a supplemental appropriation totaling $34,639 for fiscal year 2021. The funds will be used to expand broadband service to serve residents along the Grace Road and Black Rock Road in Upper Co, Maryland. OIT has been working with citizens in the Northern County to identify digital divide and gaps. This is a pilot program. This is a grant from the Department of Housing and Community Development for the $34,639. The total project is a $69,000 project in which Comcast will be paying the other 50% of the project. We will be expanding broadband services to nearly 20-some homes. Again, this is a pilot project for ongoing and upcoming grant opportunities.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Okay, thank you, Rob. Take care.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to page 20. Oh, we already did that. Oh, no, this is something else. Okay. All right, Ms. Walker, are you here for Bill 6520?
Can you hear me better now?
We can. We can.
Oh, my God. I apologize.
That's okay.
Let me get to my circulator bill.
Okay.
Whew. This has been interesting, to say the least, for a first start. I apologize, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we were all having problems today. So it's just the more people get on and they have their mics on, and if they have two devices on, like their phones on next to their Mac or their computer or their iPad, it all causes, it's harder for us to hear everyone. So once everybody kind of starts turning things off, it gets better.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, the administration is requesting a supplemental appropriation of federal funds totaling $1,651,720 to the Towson Circulator Bus and Bus Facilities Grant Fund Program. The funds will specifically be used to purchase 12 buses, and it will also be used to do installation of our bus stop shelters and our signage, and also to provide some driver training. There will be a match to this $1.6 million of $412,930 in matching funds. We're requesting approval of the grant for the purchase of the 12 buses. Any questions?
I think David Marks, Councilman Marks may have something to say.
Yes, thank you very much. As I think the entire council knows, I have been pushing for this for 10 years. The county council unanimously supported this concept in resolution 8115 5 years ago. So I want to express my strong support for this initiative. In addition to Ms. Walker, I want to thank Sam Sneed and Elizabeth Sachs for their work on this. I want to also acknowledge that we received letters of support from the Towson Communities Alliance, the Towson Chamber of Commerce, and the Greater Towson Committee. Ms. Walker, I just had one question. Assuming that we are still dealing with COVID-19 when this rolls out next year, will these buses have mitigation equipment such as transparent protective barriers, anything like that that will help us with reducing the pandemic?
Yes, Councilman, we are looking at those options. Most buses, you know, now have dividers for the drivers, and we will be, depending on where we are, doing social distances on the buses as well. So we are planning actively for that. While we're out looking as to where we're going to be when we start the service, if we're still highly in the COVID-19 era. So we will be doing social distancing, and we will be planning for dividers on the buses.
And we can also look at automatic doors so that people don't have to touch them to exit, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. You know, I've said this several times, there is just no more capacity to build more roads in Towson. So we have to be very imaginative on how we deal with mobility. And this is a really a key element of a strategy in downtown Towson. So I applaud the administration for helping us with this. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilman Catch.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Walker, are you familiar with the Rabbit bus service from Pennsylvania that serves Hunt Valley?
Yes.
Will there be, are there any talks taking place to possibly connect the two?
So I've had conversations with the executive director from Rabbit Transportation. We will have some overlap bus stops that have been recommended in the draft. So residents will be able to get off of our service and get on the Rabbit service. So there will be some shared bus stops.
That's excellent. Thank you. Very good.
Okay. Anyone else to speak on this?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilman Jones.
Yes, I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Councilman Marks. I know he's been pushing this circulator idea for many, many years. And to be quite frank, he was saying it when no one was listening. But he stuck to it. He continued to push for it. And here we are at a stage where we're buying buses. So congratulations, Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Councilman Jones. Thank you.
Councilman Jones, what do you mean nobody was listening? We were listening. Circulator, Rattleball Park. Circulator, Rattleball Park.
That's right.
Listening.
Well, you're right. He said it enough till it finally registered. Because we were sitting there. I don't know what the rest of y'all think. Circulator, that's all we need. But here it is. So good.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Good work, Councilman. Good work. Okay, I think that I went on to, I'm sorry, I messed up. Oh, I went to 6 before, wait a minute. I know I skipped somebody.
Madam Chair,
I skipped resolution 2220.
yes, ma'am. Before we maybe get to that, there is one speaker on, I'm sorry for not mentioning, there's one speaker for Bill 6520, the circulator bill.
Oh, certainly. Sorry.
No problem. Chris, Ms. Belcastro, you want to take care of that?
Yes, I will.
Yes, I will.
Madam Chair, 1 second.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I had to mute Mr. Bosworth. Our speaker for Bill 6520 is Beth Miller. Ms. Miller, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I just checked and I testified about this in the fall of 2015. So indeed, Councilman Marks has been pursuing this for a very long time. I'm speaking on behalf of the Green Towson Alliance and testifying in support of Bill 6520. GTA supports a free mass transit system that would decrease car use, reducing emissions and traffic congestion. Cleaner air and less traffic will make Towson a more attractive place to live, work, and play, and will make visiting Towson easier. Free transit will help our elderly citizens to be more active and improve their social lives. For our young people, access to jobs, library, and social activities will be improved. For the commercial businesses and cultural institutions in Towson, free transit will attract those who do not want the hassle of dealing with traffic and parking. Free transit makes getting to work affordable in a time when our economy has been hard hit. When my children were in elementary school, I helped create a Safe Routes to School program to, in part, reduce traffic and unhealthy emissions, thereby making it a safer and friendlier atmosphere for our young walkers. The first obstacle to overcome was people's perception of how they can travel from point A to point B. I believe a free circulator would begin the process of changing people's attitudes to traveling in Towson. For many, leaving their car behind is an option they would not otherwise consider unless they have access to a free circulator. Effective transit systems are an essential part of smart growth. Bringing people to a growing urban center without increasing already taxed roadways supports the quality of life of residents and economic viability of the businesses we hope to attract. Please vote yes on Bill 6520. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And thank you for all that you do. Okay, is that the only speaker we have? Tom, are you still?
I'm sorry?
Or are you?
I missed that again, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
I was wondering, you're not any longer.
Are you speaking with me, Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
I could.
Now I can't hear you.
I could hear everything until that last part, Madam Chair.
I just wanted to mute it, but I know you're speaking.
That's the only.
Taking it back.
That's the only speaker on this bill, and then I think you were going to go to the resolution and ranking the rural legacy application.
I am. Everybody turn to page 62, resolution 72-20, and we have Peter Gutwald and Jeff Mayhew, not Mr. Benjamin.
Madam Chair, I think Megan Benjamin's testifying on this item.
Oh, okay, we're still getting a Benjamin, okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Megan Benjamin with the Department of Planning, and the Department of Planning is requesting the County Council approval of Resolution 72-20 and prioritizes the 5 rural legacy area applications submitted for state fiscal year 21 funding. As brief background, the Rural Legacy Program is a state-funded program with the purpose to combat sprawl development and to expedite the preservation of large blocks of natural resources and working landscapes. The state requires local jurisdictions with more than 2 rural legacy areas to rank them. The department ranked our applications based on factors that include completion of projects, environmental protection, public benefits, threat, and sponsor input. The recommended ranking order is Piney Run, followed by Gunpowder Valley, Manor, and a tie for the 4th between Baltimore County Coastal and the Long Green Valley rural legacy areas. and the county ranking will be incorporated into the state selection process.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from any of the members? No? All right, thank you, Ms. Benjamin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm. Okey doke, if we can now, okay, we already did Ms. Walker. Okay, so, we're still gonna do some, 3 bills. First one is on page 10, Bill 62-20. And I believe we have Colonel Lavac here with us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we also, is Major Dennis Delp also with us today, or just you?
No, he's sitting right next to me.
Okay, alrighty. How you guys doing? Good?
Yeah, we're doing good. How are you?
I can't see you. Come on, I want to see you.
Nah, you don't want to see me.
Okay.
There you go. You see me?
No.
Hey.
There we go. Hi. Hi, Colonel. There you go.
Hi, how are you? All right, so a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $728,499 has been made by the police department by the Burn Justice Assistance Grant, JAG program, through the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention, GOCCP. This request is for council approval to accept and appropriate the $728,499 in funding as awarded by the Burn Justice Assistance Grant Program through the GOCCP. The department supports the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Criminal Justice Information System, FBI CJIS, decision to facilitate the transition of the large police agencies from the Uniform Crime Report, otherwise known as UCR, summary reporting of criminal incidents to the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS, Incident-Based Reporting System. With this grant award, crime data collected by the department will be enhanced with more detailed information on the reported incident as required under the NIBRS. This enhanced data will contribute to a better understanding of law enforcement needs within the county, the state of Maryland, and the nation. Cyber's conversion grant funding will be utilized to assist the department with this transition from the summary reporting system to the incident-based reporting system. The grant award includes consultant services to assist the Office of Information and Technology in managing this large and complex undertaking, and to provide software engineering services to modify the police department's legacy database to include the NIBRS data requirements. Any questions?
Any questions, anybody? Okay, Bill 6320. I heard GOCCP mentioned in your comments. You weren't covering both of them, were you?
Actually, I think I have all three of them.
They were all three, all bunched up in there? Okay.
Yeah.
No, but you only did 6220, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no questions. You want to move on to 6320?
Sure. So supplemental appropriation, the amount of $6,622 has been made by the police department by the Paul Coverdale Forensic Science Improvement Grants Program through the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention. This request is for council's approval to accept and appropriate the $6,622 in FY 2020 funding as awarded by GOCCP. GOCCP Forensic Science Improvement Project improves the quality, efficiency, and capacity of the Forensic Science Laboratory to safely process more evidentiary samples, particularly those including opioids and other controlled substances, to reduce the lab's backlog of cases awaiting analysis.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments for Colonel Lavac? Okay, if you want to move on to Bill 6420.
Okay, so the last one is a supplemental appropriation, the amount of $221,032. Again, made by the police department by the Burn Justice Assistance Program through GOCCP. This request is for council's approval to accept and appropriate the $221,032 in FY 2020 funding as awarded by the GOCCP. The hemp testing grant allows for forensic science laboratory to purchase additional equipment that will enable it to conduct testing of cannabis plant and plant materials to determine if the materials exceed a Delta 9 THC concentration in excess of 0.03% on dry weight. Cannabis plants in excess of this threshold are a Schedule 1 illegal substance. Forensic chemists will perform this analysis to detect complex and hazardous compounds within the same samples analyzed.
Who's doing the testing? I'm being funny.
Yeah. Crime lab.
I'm just being funny. Are there any questions about the hemp testing? Councilman Pat. Councilman.
What is the real purpose of this? I mean, do we have a severe problem with people growing hemp with Delta 9 THC as part of the plant?
What happened in 2018 was a farm bill that was introduced that made it under 3%, was not against the law. So our equipment only develops whether there's presence of THC. It doesn't tell you the grams or as far as the concentration. So in order for us, when we seize marijuana from someone on the street from a possession standpoint, we have to be able to tell that it's over 0.03% in order to charge them criminally. So this equipment will help us not only determine presence, but also concentration levels. It's the only way we can do prosecution in the future.
On your mic on, Wade.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is on.
Now it is. Now you're on.
Okay. We don't go I think there's one hemp farm in Baltimore County. We don't go there and test the plants, do we?
No, that's not the purpose. Is for when we get possession charges or distribution charges to determine whether criminal prosecution will occur. But it's not for the intended purpose for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Izzy. Councilman
Izzy, I'm not done.
Talking.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. You're trying to impress everybody with your earphones. I think it's.
My speakers are blown on my laptop.
Oh my gosh! Did your son do that? No. Okay. I hope we're not spending a lot of time doing this testing. Is our police department spending a lot of time on this? On trying to catch people selling marijuana and testing it? I mean, is this a large part of what the department does?
Well, under 10, when it's these under 10 grams, that's a violation. So the civil violation aspect, no, we're not spending a lot of time on. But when it's over 10 grams and someone's being charged criminally with over 10 grams, that's when it comes into play. When we seize it, we have to be able to have the ability to see if it's under 0.3%.
Wade, your mic's not on.
Brings back memories when that bill was before the legislature about the marijuana, what amount. Somebody walked in with a plastic bag of it to show everybody what it looked like, that amount of marijuana. So, okay. I just didn't want you to spend a lot of time on this. Well, anyhow, that's just my fault. But
yeah, we're not processing under.
But is it helpful with prosecution?
Absolutely, yes. It's required for
prosecution by doing this work.
Correct. Yes, we have to do it for the distribution and for the over 10 grams. But we're not processing the ones under 10 grams. So our chemists are not spending any unnecessary time on the other under 10 grams.
And that was my concern because of anyhow. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Patel, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Colonel Lavac, we actually have 3 industrial hemp farms in the county. One up on Broadway in the 2nd district, and there's been last growing season, there were a considerable amount of complaints of smells and infiltration of hemp smell, as it was described. Colonel Levin, could this test, we haven't had any complaints this year, so I don't know if it was the strain of what was growing, but would this be able to also test industrial hemp that's being grown in different farms around the county?
If it was required to test for some reason from an administrative nature or some type of charge, yes, if it had to be.
Well, it's something we may come back to if we get complaints along Broadway. So I appreciate you bringing this forward to the council this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger, are you with us? Did you have a question or a comment about this particular item?
I'm trying.
Mike told me your hand was up, but I didn't see you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties. Anyone over the age of 61 should not be allowed to do one of these things unless they have someone under the age of 30 with them. But at any rate, I wanted to reaffirm what the officer said concerning marijuana. And I can see all of you for whatever reason, and I even have a shirt and tie on. You'll just have to take my word for it.
Stand up.
We do not touch anything under 10 grams because that's now civil. We have told officers that with regard to simple possession, we're really not looking for them to do a whole lot unless there are other indicia connected with the case. So for instance, if a handgun were found during the search or things like that, it's my belief that in Annapolis this year, there will be a huge push to raise that amount up to a gram. And I honestly don't know that anyone's going to be able to stop that. So Councilman Koch, we are not wasting a lot of resources on the possession of marijuana. So if you walk into any one of our district courts right now, it's going to be a very rare case that you're going to see, even if it's over 10 grams. If you're like 15 grams, 20 grams, we typically tell the officer just to charge the civil citation, let them go pay the fine, give them money to the county, and make sure that there's no other criminality surrounding that. So I wasn't here for this issue today, but I thought it would be helpful for me to add, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schellenberger. I appreciate that.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, so where were we? Okay, we were still with Colonel Lavac, and does anybody have any other questions on any of the three contracts? Bills, 6220, 6320, and 6420. Are we finished? Okay, thank you, Major. Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next we're going to, let's see. We have two more bills. The next one is on page 4, and we have Laura Raleigh with us today, Department of Aging.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. The administration is requesting a supplemental appropriation of federal funds totaling $12,218 to the CARES Act Title VII Funding Gifts and Grants Program. These funds are used to support our ombudsman-related activities under the Older Americans Act, whereby we advocate for nursing home and assisted living residents. These funds will be used to purchase laptops to assist our staff with their remote work and supplies to mail to and drop off at the nursing homes for residents since we're not able to visit them in person yet.
Okay. Any members have any questions or comments, Ms. Raleigh? Okay, can we turn to page 7? And we'll now talk about 61-20.
The administration is requesting a supplemental appropriation of federal funds totaling $189,904 to the CARES Act Countywide Funding Gifts and Grants Program. The funds will be used to offset the countywide demand response transit system's operating expenses related to the prevention, preparation for, and response to COVID-19. This money was received while we were still the administrator of Countywide, and therefore we were the ones who put this in. It will be used to cover expenses that the Department of Aging had while Countywide was under our supervision, and any surplus will be transferred to the Department of Public Works.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? I believe, do we have a speaker for Bill 6-1?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe there is one speaker for that bill.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Diana Bergman. So
Okay.
give me 1 second.
Okay.
I don't see Ms. Bergman logged on.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Alrighty. We'll move along. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Riley.
she says she's here.
Oh, Ms. Bergman is here?
Yeah, let me see what she's under here.
Okay. Ms. Riley's still here too.
Oh, she has her last name in first. That's why I found her. Ms. Bergman?
Hi. Me?
Yes, give me 1 second. Let me mute someone. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Bergman?
I'm here.
Okay, you may begin your testimony.
Yeah, I signed up to comment that I'm in favor of this expansion. It is very important to be able to provide Baltimore County residents options during this, to find a way to safely commute for essentials. So it's very important that we use every single dime available with the CARES Act to make sure that we're supporting residents of Baltimore County that were using the county ride services prior to this, and that way they could have access to a safe form of public transportation and choices. So I'm very supportive of expanding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergman. If somebody has their phone on their counter on vibrate, please pick it up. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go down to council business, and I think on page 65, we have resolution 73-20. Councilman Marks?
Which one is this resolution?
73-20, your
Okay, Perry Hall Community Plan. Yeah, Perry Hall Community Plan. Thank you very much. This resolution would amend the Perry Hall Community Plan so that the design review panel could apply certain guidelines outlined in the comprehensive manual of development policies, as well as certain appearance-based issues pertaining to the brickwork, entries, light poles, building repurposing in the Perry Hall Commercial Revitalization District. These changes were passed by the Perry Hall Improvement Association, and my understanding is that we'll be voting on some amendments that will reflect their comments. The overall idea is to improve the look of commercial development in the heart of Perry Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Councilor Marks? Okay, we'll move on to resolution 74-20. Who wants to lead with this? Councilman Catch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this resolution will do, it asks the legislature and the governor to designate Juneteenth as a state holiday. The significance of Juneteenth is on June 19th, 1865, the last number of slaves were told about freedom, about the Emancipation Proclamation. It's interesting that the Civil War was over, because it was over in April of 1865, and the word didn't reach Galveston, Texas until June the 19th. And I'm very interested in, as part of the statement read by General Granger, who was the one who was sent to give that information, it says this involves an absolute equality of rights. And Juneteenth, once the slaves were freed in Galveston, they traveled all over the country, and they celebrate Juneteenth as their Emancipation Day. It's the day that all slaves were free in the United States. So going back to this, an absolute equality of rights. One of the things that as a group they emphasize is education. And I think as a country that we are not doing the job as far as education goes. When you read the statistics from Baltimore City regarding our graduates, our students, indeed parts of Baltimore County, and I just want to stress the fact that we must do a better job with educational opportunity, because after all, that is the American dream, to get a good education and move forward. And we're simply not doing this. We're talking about 155 years since this Juneteenth. 155 years. During that period of time, we had separate but unequal school systems for whites and blacks. That was in the 1950s, eliminated by the Supreme Court. And now we still have schools that aren't performing. And, as a former school teacher, I can tell you one of the reasons is the fact that expectations are different, and they should not be different. So I thank you very much, and be glad to answer any questions on this issue.
Questions for Councilman Cash? Okay, thank you, Councilman. Yep, I'm sorry.
I guess like to thank Councilman Catch for his leadership on this issue. I remember looking at it on the news, and I wasn't 100% sure whether or not, where the state was, but Councilman Catch has an extensive background in state legislature, and he put forth this resolution, and I was just happy to be a co-sponsor. Thank you.
It's amazing. I wish our Board of Education could react as quickly as what our body has, because I know that the Muslim community has been over a decade working with the state trying to get a holiday for one of their holy days, and they have been unsuccessful for maybe 15 or 20 years, but I know for sure for 10 years. So kudos to us for acting so quickly on something. Next, I want to, let's see, page 67, folks, Resolution 75-20. Councilman Bachoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 7520 requests that the county executive expand the membership of the Baltimore County Work Group on Equitable Policing to include a youth representative from each councilmanic district. When it comes to the topic of police reform, any conversation must include the voice of our young people. Having attended a number of youth-led rallies over the past few months, that most were led by young people, and there was a focus on this topic. I have consistently heard in my interactions with youth that they feel underrepresented in the political process. So now it's time to change this and put words into action. In the spirit of this, I've introduced this resolution asking that the county executive expand the Baltimore County Work Group on Equitable Policing to include a youth representative from each councilmanic district, appointed by each council member. Right now, that member should be between the ages of 16 and 25. And I think it's important that we add young voices to the discussion. Right now, the work group consists of just one community representative, a representative from the NAACP. Councilman Jones represents us on the council. Omar Rashid, a student at Pikesville, but actually Omar is going to George Washington, so he'll no longer be in Baltimore. Well, if George Washington goes to in-person classes, there's a Board of Education. I'm sorry, Colonel McCullough is on it. Anthony Russell from the Blue Guardians, the state's attorney, Scott Schellenberger, John Skinner, criminal justice professor at Towson, the great Towson University, my alma mater, we call it the Harvard of the Mid-Atlantic, Senator Charles Sidnor, Police Chief Melissa Hyatt, and Drew Vetter. So there really are no young people except for Omar. Really, Drew is kind of young, but really we need to make this group younger. And I think the best way, we're in a historic moment, and the best way to ensure that this historic moment that we're in is not lost is that it serves as a moment for change and a win-win between generations to ensure that finally young people have a seat at the table. I would say never underestimate never underestimate the power of young people to unite our country, state, and county. So I look forward to gaining my support from my fellow council members and the county executive for this important resolution. And Madam Chair, let me just close by quoting the great singer-songwriter Matisyahu when he stated, "Youth is the engine of the world." Thank you.
I like it. I like it. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on to, I'm sorry, did anybody have any comments for Councilman Batoka or any questions? Okay. Now we're going to.
I have just one question.
I'm sorry, who was that? Councilman Quirk?
Yeah, and the hardest to hear the program.
Right.
But yeah, Councilman Patoka, how many people are on this this right now? Again, what's the total number?
I know I still owe you a member.
People. 12, Councilman Quirk. But it's all, I would just say, it's all us, intergovernment people. We really, I think, need broader community representation. And especially with what we're seeing not only in Baltimore County, state of Maryland, but across the country. But clearly, it's our role to focus on what the needs are here in Baltimore County.
And Councilman Patoka, have you talked with the county executive's office? Are they supportive of?
I have. I've talked to Ms. Ralston, and I also spoke with our diversity. I forget the exact title of that position.
Troy Williams?
Troy Williams, yes, Mr. Williams. Now, he told me that Mr. Williams said that there may be an additional group of young people, but I really believe that the young people have to be at the adult table here. And this is the time for that.
Yeah, and from my understanding, talking with the administration, it's not a question of does it make sense to add more younger people? But it's a pretty small. And I would just encourage you maybe checking with the county exec's office as well, get their feedback and input. Specifically, if you give Kimmy a call and just kind of talk that through before we have to vote, and make sure we are working together on this one.
I have had discussions with Kimmy on this, and I think it's important that council take a leadership role on this and to to engage our young people in a way that we haven't really engaged them in the past. I think it's a leadership role that should come from the council. And I think it dovetails into a bill that we're going to discuss later in this meeting. We can't have that discussion and not have young people engaged in our work group on equitable policing. I don't believe. I think that these two are tied in a very direct way.
Councilman Quirk, anything else?
No, I'm good. I'll be working with Kimmy and the administration. I mean, definitely, I think everybody wants to have more youth involvement, and it's just a question how big this panel would be and what makes sense, but I surely can support the spirit of it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we're going to move to Resolution 76-20. Who is going to speak on that? Baltimore County Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance.
Kathy, I will.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleagues for unanimously agreeing to support this resolution. This resolution will create a task force that looks at the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, which regulates development in school districts. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for their support. I do want to note that we received letters of support from TAPCO, from CASE, which is the organization that represents our principals and administrators, from the Towson Communities Alliance, and also today we received a letter of support from the home builders industry. So this is a very inclusive effort. This is a very serious issue that I think we need to look at. There's a very tight timetable so that we can get some recommendations back. And I think this is a priority for all of us who value education in Baltimore County. So I thank all 6 of my colleagues for their support on this.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any questions or comments for the councilman?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I would just like to commend Councilman Marks for really leading on this issue. I think it's something that we all struggle with. It's a significant issue, so I'm looking forward to the results of this committee that gets together to take a look at this important issue. But I did want to commend Councilman Marks for taking the lead.
Thank you, Councilman Quirk.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to go skip back up to some council business, and you can turn to page 23, Bill 66-20. Councilman Catch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2017, in answer to a problem, a dangerous problem that had developed on Moncton Road in regard to traffic, etc., I put in legislation which the council passed to increase the fine for parking in no parking areas. And it did work for 2 years. But however, it was a program that expired after 2 years. And since it's expired, the problem is back. And it's a mess. I have pictures and films of just very unsafe situations. And I've been also working with former Delegate Connie DeJulius, who lives on the eastern side of my district on Notch Cliff Road, and they're having indeed the same problem over there as well. Councilman Quirk talked about the fact that our resources, our parks, I guess it's because of the COVID, so many people are using them, and not everybody is being careful as they should. There's a lot of trash around, human feces, etc. So the police have been in touch with me, and they believe that more needs to be done. More areas of the gunpowder, in essence, need to be included in this bill because things are out of control. If you take a look at the recordings, you see cars parked in such a way that they're practically blocking the road. You have people walking in the middle of the road. It's a real problem. You have people having parties on private property, leaving waste. You have a problem with drinking while on the gunpowder while they're tubing. I mean, it is a real problem, and it's a shame that we need to take this action, but we've got to get the parking under control so that we have safe roads for people to use. So I'd appreciate support of the bill. I'm still working with the police on possibly including other roads in they're in my district basically, so I'll report to the council as soon as I have that full list, meeting with the community and with the police, etc., on Thursday on site to give this some more discussion. So we just need to solve this problem. Thank you.
Councilman Katz supported this the first time. I'd like to support it again. My question to you is there anywhere or any way that a designated parking area could be provided? Because it's just such a beautiful natural resource that so many families like to enjoy. Is that something that could be done? Is there any land maybe the county could purchase and turn into a parking lot so we wouldn't have these issues anymore? And, and that way people could safely park and enjoy tubing and swimming, whatever they're doing. Is that a conversation that's happening? I can't hear you. Your mic's not on.
Oh, definitely it is part of the conversation. The problem is the gunpowder, the state parks are state, and the hike bike trail is state. So in essence, the state should play some role in providing adequate parking. I think it needs to be a joint effort between the state and the county, so that we can provide adequate parking. Because the last thing I want to do, and I'm sure you want to do, is deny people the opportunity to recreate in the gunpowder in parks.
Right.
It's a shame though that some people don't respect the parks, gunpowder, etc. When you look at the gunpowder, one of the ways to see if a river is safe, you take a look at the fish, the types of fish that survive, that live. And if certain species don't live in a particular river, it means the river's not safe.
Right.
It's trout to be exact. And unfortunately, the trout that the state is putting in the gunpowder isn't surviving. So that's not a good omen at all.
Well, I'm glad it's a conversation to try to come up with something. Okay. Any other questions for Councilman Katz?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Court.
Yeah, I did want to just kind of also kind of back up Councilman Katz on this one because we definitely share a similar problem. I mean, I border the Patapsco State Park is all around Catonsville and the surrounding areas, and we have exactly the same problems. And it's a complicated solution because we don't want to, as Councilman Katz, we don't want to discourage from recreating. There's so many wonderful people using the parks, but it's creating enormous pressure and problems on the system. And we're seeing that all over the Gristmill Trail and other areas where there's rivers. More and more people are using them because of COVID, and that's a wonderful thing, but it is creating a lot of issues. Ton person that maybe at council may consider, you know, DPW, whether it's planning, but surely there's somebody in the county exec's office to interface with.
Okay. We're not hearing you, Councilman. You're totally, you know.
But
Okay, Ms. Rogers.
Councilman Quirk, while I couldn't hear the very end, I did hear you say somebody in the county executive's office. We're happy to talk with you. I was thinking about two parts of it. Definitely, DeAndrea Walker could help us with thinking through the parking on Councilmember Catch's side, but then on the recreation and parks, and even with Mr. Lyken's team about, you know, the park quality, the cleanup, all of those pieces, that we could come together and see how we put together an effort that deals with, you know, these various pieces. So we're more than happy. I'm taking notes on that to see how we can come together to address this, because we recognize it's probably more exacerbated because of the pandemic, with people using our park systems and the state park systems more heavily. So that's not a problem at all to join you.
Stacy, it's Wade.
Madam Chair.
Stacy, I'm sorry. Stacy, it's Wade. As I said, I'm having this meeting Thursday. State elected officials will be there as well. I didn't organize the meeting, so I'm not sure whether representatives from the county will be there, but if I get in touch with your office and let you know where and when on Thursday, if you could participate, I'd appreciate it.
That's Councilmember Katz. I understand that Kimmy is also in the loop. I'll coordinate and follow up with you on that. But you know, we hear you. We want you to know. In particular, I'm hearing that this is on both sides of the county. You know, we're more than happy to do our share to engage, think through it. That's just what we just want you to know. We are, and I'll coordinate with Kimmy on that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I want to agree with Ms. Rogers and Councilman Catch in that I believe that this is a byproduct of COVID, the amount of use that our parks are getting. We were just in our office today, we were on the phone with various local government folks to work on a park that has really suffered from overuse in the past month or two, and it's just unfortunate that people that are using the parks aren't using them for their intended purpose and are really leaving their mark in terms of leaving trash behind and the things that Councilman Catch has described. So we're seeing it in the 7th District as well, maybe worse than we've seen in my years on the council. So I would encourage the administration and the council along the lines of what Councilman Quirk was saying. This may involve a solution, may involve an integrated and collaborative effort among various agencies including transportation, property management, public works, et cetera. And because the thing that we found out about parks is that the further disrepair or dishevelment that they fall into, the less the people that use them respect those areas. So they're not inclined to take their trash with them if a trash can has not been emptied, because they see everyone else just throwing their trash wherever they want. So it's sort of there's a sort of compounding effect to this. So I just wanted to chime in on this issue and support Councilman Catch on his initiative here, and make sure that the administration is aware that we're working on these issues in the 7th District as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We're more than happy to support. Absolutely.
Madam
These are
Chair.
our treasures. These are our treasures in the county, and we have to, we want people to use them, but we also have to set expectations about how they need to be cared for. So glad to work. We're happy to work with you.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Councilman Marks, did you?
Yeah, I'll just jump in here. And Councilwoman Bevins, I know you appreciate this. Gunpowder Falls State Park is also experiencing a lot of these same issues. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this issue?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, just really quickly, I was reading an article over the weekend in the online version of Time Magazine. This is a national issue that we're talking about. There's an article in Time Magazine, and if you just search Time Magazine national parks, our national parks are being inundated and abused and somewhat overused. So I just wanted to share that. I would just go, if you're interested in that article, I would just Google, again, Time Magazine national parks.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Okay, the next bill is 67-20. Marks, you just look like you've been so busy.
I've been very busy. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. So this legislation would create a design review area in southern Towson, beginning at Sister Pierre Drive. This is an area where community leaders have said that they want a little more control over aesthetics. They do not want drive-through establishments being built. So this basically requires new construction to go before the DRP, gives the community a chance to testify and observe the plans. And as I said, it does prohibit drive-through facilities in this area. I have some letter of support from the Towson Communities Alliance, and Laurie Geist, the president, writes in part that this proposed area has a small town Main Street character, and we would like it to see remain, so walkability is very important. So I thank my colleagues for their consideration of this bill.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we have a speaker for Bill 6720.
Yes, Madam Chair, Beth Miller.
Hi, Beth. Welcome.
Miller.
Hi, I'm still here. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm speaking on behalf of the Annesley Board of Governors now. We would like to thank Councilman Marks for his attention to our community. We believe a combination of downzoning and Bill 6720 with the suggested amendments will preserve the character of our commercial district on York Road in Annesley. Our board is requesting that Councilman Marks make the following decisions regarding CZMP issue 5056 and Bill 6720. We are asking for downzoning. This is a CZMP issue to BLR, which allows most of our existing businesses to remain conforming and prevents auto-centric and incompatible development in our community. We support Bill 6720 with the following amendment. We'd like to allow veterinarian offices and other definitions of veterinarians and animal grooming facilities, regardless of the underlying zoning in this SOTO design review area. We ask that any loopholes in the legislation that would allow a drive-through business through exemptions from the full development process be closed. And we ask that the legislation be amended as needed to allow bank drive-throughs. There are several existing banks with drive-throughs if they are permitted with in the underlying zoning. We support TCA's request to extend the SOTO design review area to Towson Town Boulevard in order to prevent drive-through facilities or commercial establishments. This will prevent, for commercial establishments, this will prevent existing traffic problems on York Road from being exacerbated by additional drive-through businesses. In Anniston, we enjoy an area that is relatively free from drive-through businesses. We can attest this builds community. Some of our local businesses get nearly 100% of their patronage from pedestrians in the neighborhood. Please help us preserve and extend our community character and vote yes on Bill 6720 with the amendments that I have proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move to Bill 68-20. Mr. Marks?
Okay. Which one is that? Okay, zoning regulations, enterprise signs. This permits a freestanding sign to continue in an area of eastern Towson. The signs would be grandfathered. This legislation is in part the result of discussions I've had with several of the community organizations in that area, and it avoids us having to rezone the property to accommodate the sign.
Okay, any comments or questions for the councilman? Okay, look, moving along, page 28, Bill 69-20. Councilman Jones, zoning regulations? Councilman Jones, you still with us?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. I apologize for that. It took me a minute. Basically, this is one of these, what I would call a quirky regulation that we're trying to change. It allows everything in this, or this particular type of zoning. For example, it would allow automotive repairs. It would allow you to store equipment associated with the larger area, but it will not allow you to have a, say, automotive detail shop where all you're doing is washing vehicles or putting on window tint, things that we would consider to be very light. So I'm asking for your consideration in changing this regulation. We should have one speaker, I believe, so that we will be able to accommodate a business owner who wants to locate his business in Owings Mills area where he will detail vehicles and add window tints.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have questions for Councilman Jones? All right, thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We have one speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you so much. For Bill 6920?
Yes, Dino LaFiandra.
Okay, all right.
Ms. LaFiandra?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Dino LaFiandra. For those of you who do not know me, I'm an attorney in Towson, and I'm speaking in favor of Bill 6920. I represent Pleasant Hill Limited Partnership, which owns a building in the MLIM zoning district located at 10989 Red Run Boulevard in Owings Mills. This bill will allow my client to lease a garage space within a flex building to a tenant for an auto detailing shop, which might not be allowed without this legislation. The bill limits the type of services that may be provided to the installation of automotive accessories like alarms, stereos, and other accessories. It also allows for interior cleaning and detailing. It permits exterior hand washing of automobiles and minor paint repairs. Major repair services are not permitted under this definition, and all services have to take place within the building. In order to have this type of minor detailing and accessory installation service in this building under the current law, at a minimum, my client or the tenant would have to have a hearing before the administrative law judge. The outcome of the hearing would be uncertain because of some peculiar language in the ML zoning regulations that would require special exception uses like this in the IM district to primarily serve industrial uses in the area. That seems like overkill for such a minor service use such as this, with minimal impact on adjoining uses in the zone. And this legislation eliminates all of that hassle and the uncertainty for these minor service uses and would allow these uses by right in the ML-IM zoning district in the Red Run employment corridor of the Owings Mills growth area. We thank Councilman Jones for sponsoring this common sense legislation to address the issue, and we would ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and long time no see.
Yes, ma'am. Nice to see you as well.
Yeah, hope you're well. Okay, so now we're going to go to Bill 70-20. Mr. Marks.
Thank you very much. Bill 70-20 is a very simple bill. It renames the Office of Ethics and Accountability to the Office of the Inspector General. This bill is supported by the county executive, and I believe you'll hear from at least one of the other inspectors general in the Baltimore region. People understand what an inspector general is. They don't, I think that the current verbiage is very unwieldy, and all we're doing is simplifying the title of the director of this office.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. And our speaker? We have a speaker signed up?
Well, I believe Ms. Councilman Marks wanted Ms. Madigan to make some comments.
Oh, perfect.
Council.
Okay. All right.
And we do have one speaker as well.
Oh, okay. All
Thank
right.
you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. How's everyone this evening?
We're all good.
Good. Nice to see everyone. As Councilman Marks explained, one of the first things when I started in the office in January trying to create a new agency, I think it's extremely important to be part of a larger community. And right now, as the office is currently titled Office of Ethics and Accountability, it is not part of the larger Inspector General community. For example, it's not part of the professional and standard forms and documentations that other Inspector Generals have. When I started, I met with both Ms. Lamarzi, who's the Inspector General from Montgomery County, as well as Ms. Cumming, who's the Inspector General for Baltimore City. Both of them stressed the importance of this and also stressed the idea of trying to be part of the larger community, to be trained and to have standardization across, which would be helpful going forward if there was issues with the reports or auditing, et cetera. So in that vein, I am asking for this name change so that Baltimore County can be subject to the same standards and accreditations that other offices are a part of. I also think the word Inspector General gives a certain credibility and name recognition that is familiar to everyone, and that's kind of been the feedback I've gotten. I know Ms. Lamarzi wrote a letter in support, and Ms. Isabel Cumming is present in the waiting room to also give testimony.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cumming? Ms. Cumming, are you there?
She should be there.
She is. She's muted. I unmuted her, but she may have muted herself. Let me see if I can find her on the list. It might be quicker.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While Ms. Belcastro is hunting, can I ask the secretary to add me as a sponsor to this bill?
Sure.
Will do, Mr. Crandall.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Add me. You can add me to that.
I might be on it already, but I want to be on it.
Could you hear any of that, Tom?
Yes, I believe Councilman Katz, Councilman Crandall, and Madam Chair.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I had a lot of feedback on this end.
Well, it looks like we lost her.
Oh, no, she's been there.
Yeah, I'm still looking. She was on here and I tried unmuting her. I don't know if she lost connection.
What should I do, Ms. Hewitt? Because I know this is something she cares very passionately about, and I know she did want to just.
If she tried logging back on, I mean, she should be able to if she lost connection.
Okay.
Because she's been here patiently waiting. I've been on here through the entire meeting, so I know that she's been on the entire time. And I tried unmuting her, and somehow she disappeared off the list.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ms. Madigan, you stay put. Chris, you keep trying to find her, and we are going to move on to Bill 71-20 with Mr. Marks, and maybe by the time he finishes, we'll be okay. How's that sound?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Bill 71-20 corrects what I think is a deficiency in the county code. Under current law, there are no restrictions required by the county code on when a contractor may shut off water service for a capital improvement contract. This bill would basically say that in the summer months, in hot weather, a contractor must tell the community at least 72 hours before they shut off water service. This was prompted by an incident that happened in June in Perry Hall, where we had hundreds of households who suddenly did not have water service. And it was a city project, but it led me to think we need to have the same sort of provision in the county code. Now, there is an exception. If there's emergency repairs required, we certainly understand that the Director of Public Works would want to get repairs made. But when there is a standard project that's going to occur, we should expect that our contractors notify the neighborhood at least 72 hours before they cut off water service. So that's the thrust of this legislation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Are there any comments or questions from anyone? Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Have you.
Okay, let's get back to Ms. Madigan, and if we have a speaker.
Madam Chair, I have been texting with Ms. Cumming, and she is trying to log back in, but she's unavailable. She's asked for me to send her the link again to her phone, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, let's do that because we are going to be moving on to 7320. And unless you want to both be hanging on for about 4 hours.
No, thank you.
You might want to get that done.
Maybe I could defer to Ms. Hewitt if there's some easier way, since this is more your expertise than mine.
Chris, is there another way that we could do this?
I can have her call my phone and put her on speaker.
That's perfect. Let's do that.
Okay. I'll call her.
Okay.
And put her on speaker. Okay, I'm gonna put you on speaker right now so that we go before this other bill that's gonna take a long time. Okay, I'm just gonna put you on speaker, all right? Okay. All right, we'll try this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. My name is Isabel Mercedes Cumming. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk with you. I'm a proud graduate of Baltimore County Public Schools and actually was Miss House in 1980. So, yay. So it's an honor to actually be here to talk to you about something as important as the Office of the Inspector General. I have been fighting fraud, financial waste, and abuse for my entire career. I think it's funny because we're literally asking you to change a name, but I am also on the board of the Association of Inspector Generals, and I tried very, very hard to get Kelly to be able to attend our Certified Inspector General program, which is considered one of the top in the United States. I actually recently spoke in Atlanta about the importance of the program, and they decided to also form an Inspector General's office. But they would not let Kelly go to the Inspector General program with the title that her department is now. And believe me, I tried and I fought, and there was nothing I could do. So I can't stress enough to all of you how important the title of Inspector General is. I mean, and when you become, a certified Inspector General, fighting and just the fight against the waste, fraud, and abuse. My office, I've been doing this now for 2.5 years, and the amount of waste and fraud, I first uncovered about 240,000 my first year. This year we're up to 2.9 million, and in my time period, my office has done $4.4 million of recovered savings and waste for the citizens of Baltimore City, and I believe without question that Kelly can do exactly the same for Baltimore County. So I urge you to please change the name to Inspector General, because that is what gets the respect, and that is so important. And I thank you again for allowing me the opportunity. I'm sorry that you didn't get to look at my face, but I know who all of you are, and I've been watching you for years. So thank you all for everything you do and try to help Baltimore County.
Well, thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks, Isabel. I'm going to hang up on you.
Okay.
We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Madam Chair.
There'll be no saluting involved, right? To attention and
No.
when you walk
No.
in always. Okay.
No saluting. I just really think that has been the feedback I've received from all over the state. And I really think in trying to start an agency, it's important to be part of a larger community. And this is, I think, the way to do it. But no saluting, Chairwoman. No saluting.
All right, great. All righty. Well, are there any questions or?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Cat.
Thank you very much. I worked in the internal audit office of the Baltimore County school system for 8 years, and I can just tell you that I don't think you can deal with the school system legally, but this name change is important, and I totally support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Was that someone?
I was just going to say no, Madam Chair, no other speakers.
Okay, very good. Ms. Madigan, thank you for joining us this evening. Feel free to, hang out for the next couple hours if you want to see Baltimore County Council in action. Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to move on to our last item of business tonight, I think. I haven't skipped anything, have I, Mr. Bostwick?
No, ma'am. I was thinking the same thing, and we covered it all. We have one bill left.
Okay, because I got a lot of checks, X's, and notes on my paper. Okay, I'm sure we have a lot of people holding on and listening as well. Okay, so on page 32, we have Bill 73-20. Councilman Jones, it's all yours. Okay, Councilman Jones went home, so we're going to leave too. Councilman Jones, you there? Councilman Jones, 73-20. Julian, are you with us? All right, folks, it's been fun. Maybe he decided to take a quick break before we started. Maybe we should have all done that.
I'm trying to contact the councilman now. to see-
He's still on. I can't see him, but he's lit up. I'm gonna get some water. Georgie, you've been such a good boy. Hey, Georgie. Hi. This is a great time for Georgie to say hi to everybody. Does everybody miss seeing Georgie? Say hi, Georgie. Good boy.
Hi, Georgie, you poor mistreated dog.
I know. He's got such a tough life with me. Hi, Georgie. You see everybody? Say hi. Say hi.
Do you have to get Georgie groomed periodically, or?
I have to do it. He doesn't take well to others.
Oh, okay.
He actually needs a little bit of grooming right now.
Yeah. Our one of our cats needs to be shaved because his fur's too long, and he gets the lion cut.
No.
So yeah.
I love my Georgie. I've been trying to rescue again, and I joined a site just for Pekingese because I love the breed so much, and I have Georgie's my fourth Pekingese, and they're a very peculiar breed. Not everybody can deal with them. They're not good with children. They usually have eye issues. He does. He's blind in one eye. A lot of them have to have their eyes removed from dry eye. And I tried, over the last 2 weeks, to rescue actually 3 different dogs. They were all seniors. One was 10, one was 14, and one was 16, just to give them some type of quality life at the end. They had to be rescued. I mean, they were turned in by their senior owners who had passed away. And, I couldn't get them because I'm out of state. One was right across the line in PA, and a lot of these agencies, they want to make sure that you're living right where you get the dog from. So that's really unfortunate. So trying to get Georgie a little buddy.
Will Georgie like a buddy?
Okay, Julian Jones is on mute, says Larry Gibson. Julian Jones, where are you?
Madam Chair, all the council members are panelists. I just want to point out to everybody that's on the meeting, if you're a panelist on this meeting, you can mute and unmute yourself. The host does not have to mute and unmute you. So the councilman, if he was there, he could unmute himself. So apparently he's away from his computer at this time.
Well, okay. Because I have people saying, hey, I'm signed up. What's going on? Please unmute him. When are we going to move to 7320? Must be a relative. Okay. Thank you for making that announcement, Chris, so people don't think we're muting.
You're welcome. And since we're waiting for the councilman to return, I have some people asking questions saying they signed up to give testimony and they need to be unmuted. There is a list that's been compiled today of speakers, and the list has been compiled as the requests for registration have come in chronically in time. So when your time to speak is, your name comes up on the list, I will call your name and you will be unmuted at that time. Speakers are not unmuted until it's time to speak. So just be aware and just be listening for your name to be called.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think it might also bear stating that that speakers who properly registered with, via email are permitted to speak, and I believe it's 2 minutes this evening. Is that right?
I just lost everybody. Oh my God. There we go. All right, I'm back. Okay, I feel bad for the people that have been waiting an extremely long time. Did we call Councilman Jones' cell phone? We're at the 2-hour mark without even touching this bill.
Madam Chair, Councilman Jones apologizes, but he is having some technical difficulties. That is why he can see everyone and hear everyone. However, he is unable to speak for some reason or unmute his microphone, so he's going to try to restart his computer very quickly and try to log back on. He said he apologizes for his technical difficulties.
Okie doke. Rick, you going to get a pizza? You gonna go get a pizza? We're just waiting and waiting. I'm not muted. We're just waiting and waiting.
2 small ones. White and buffalo, but the small one, that smell.
Whatever. I don't know who it is, but I can't hear.
They all know. Just wait to see that 20 minutes and I'll go.
I apologize to everyone. We're just having some difficulties. Oh, boy. Has it been hot enough for everybody? Stacy, been hot enough for you?
Yes, ma'am, it really has, but I'm inside for 12 hours a day just looking out the window.
That humidity's been brutal, though. Oh, boy. Just brutal. For an old gal like me, anyway. How about you, James? You like the heat? You are the only two I can see, so I'm going to talk to you.
Definitely hot out there for sure.
I'm telling you, my dog doesn't even walk. He goes out the thing and turns around and wants to come back in. It's too hot. I feel so bad, all these people working outside. And my husband works in a very hot plant. Well, Councilman Jones, there you are.
Councilwoman Bevins, I tell you, it was the most strange and unusual thing. I could see, it was like I was paralyzed. I could see, I could hear, but no one could see or hear me. And it was very interesting. It was like, hey, and then my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. I could not get a call out because so many people are calling me saying, wake up, what's wrong? Are you okay? Should we dial 911? I mean.
We thought you went on an extended potty break.
No, I was sitting right here the whole time.
Okay.
Listen,
so our last and final bill is Bill 73-20. And Mr. Councilman Jones, I'm sure you have a statement that you would like to for us now to talk about police reform.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly apologize to everyone that had to sit around and wait so long. As they say, this is what democracy looks like. And, we certainly apologize for that you wait. But, and I certainly apologize for my computer sort of acting perfect right up until that moment. So what I'd like to talk about tonight is basically police reform. So I guess the first issue is, can you hear me?
Yes, hold on. Somebody has their speaker on with their cell phone ringing somewhere on here. So I'll turn that off. That would be great, so we can hear the councilman. Go ahead, Councilman Jones.
Okay, so I guess the first issue is, like so many people or so many of us, I have watched over the years things that certainly bothered me as it related to individuals being injured or killed at the hands of police officers. And I've certainly watched certain things happen that I thought that we could do better. So I started looking around and it became clear that there are things we could do better as it related to policing. And I really felt like it is very difficult for the police department to make some of these changes without some help. So the first thing I like to say, first and foremost, that this is not an anti-police bill. This is not a bill whereas I'm here to beat up on the police or, like I said, it's not an anti-police bill. I have nothing but the utmost respect and appreciation and admiration for the brave men and women of the Baltimore County Police Department who come to work every day to protect us and keep us safe. All of that said, being what I consider to be a friend of the police, I worked in the fire service for 32 years. For 32 years, every fire station I've been at, we've had officers come through, eat dinner with us, eat lunch with us, sit around, watch sports games, televisions, wash cars, and I had a fantastic relationship, and many of them are friends of mine today. So I guess like to put that out there. So then I start thinking about how can I help in terms of some of the observations I've seen, and then what are some of the reasons why these things have not been able to be addressed. So the first thing I had to think of is why a bill and why not a resolution? Well, first of all, the bill has a full force of law behind it. When you tell someone that this is the law, they pay an awful lot of attention. When you tell somebody it's a resolution, that's basically a statement that we're making. It doesn't have any force of law. So then I thought about it as some of my folks said, well, some folks have said to me, why don't you have a resolution? And my answer to them was, when we look at the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, that is a state law. That is a state law that dictates how we can discipline, how we can interact in some cases, what the hearing board will look like, police officers that work for Baltimore County. This state law trumps what we can do here in Baltimore County. It will tell us what the hearing board will look like, how many days an officer has in a fatal incident to write a report. It goes on and on and on. And even though the citizens of Baltimore County elected each and every one of us, as well as the county executive, we are powerless to go against that Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. Now, I am certain that if we were to talk to the FOP or any other union representing police officers, none of them would be willing to trade that law enforcement officer Bill of Rights for a resolution. So my only point is this. If we can have a law that will protect the police officers from or set the guidelines for their employer who pay for their pension, then why can't we have a law that will protect the citizens from some police officers that may not be behaving at their best, to put it mildly? So that's why we decided to go with a law, because it does have the force of law. So I believe in my heart of hearts that this bill will not only provide additional protections for the citizens of Baltimore County, it will also provide additional protections for the police officers who work in Baltimore County, as well as it will be a good thing for every person in Baltimore County, especially as it relates to our finances. So why do I say this will be better for the citizens? Well, first of all, the goals of the bill is to reduce violence, reduce the likelihood of violence, and reduce or slow down the probability of deadly force. Now, why that's good for the citizen? Because it's horrible when a citizen is injured or killed needlessly. And it's good for the police officer because it will, number one, make their job safer by putting them in safe spaces as opposed to always being aggressive. And it would allow them to reduce the stress on themselves so that they not put themselves in harm's way or have to deal with the stress of shooting or killing an unarmed person. Now, one of the things that's also driving this conversation that a lot of people may not know or may not understand, but police officers deal with an awful lot of stress on their job. And one of the most stressful things that I would think that would really bother someone is if they turned around and used deadly force on someone that did not have a weapon, and hindsight's always 20/20, and then you find out that the person did not have a weapon and they were not a threat. And there have been a number of reported incidents across the country where officers, I'm thinking about a Sergeant Connolly right now, who shot a person, the grief ate him up, and then 2 months later, he ended up killing himself. Now, another very important number or statistic I would like to put out there, people don't realize that suicide is very prevalent and real in the law enforcement ranks. Police officers are more likely to commit suicide than be killed in the line of duty. I'll say that again. Police officers are more likely to commit suicide than be killed in the line of duty. The number one cause of death in the line of duty is automobile crashes. So if we can do something to reduce the stress and reduce the violence with police officers, I think that will go a long way to their health and safety, as well as a long way as it relates to the relationship with the public that they are sworn to protect. So, I'm going to sort of speed up because I realize it's been a long night, and I know we have a lot of callers, a lot of speakers. But what are some of the things that this bill tries to do? Well, number one, it calls for additional training in terms of de-escalation and things of that nature. This is not necessarily new to the police department, but as it was related to one of my colleagues, one of the good things about it is we're codifying it into law, and by doing so, if budgets get tight, money get tight, this is a priority. This is something we're going to do because it would be in law. The second thing is what it's going to do. It's going to prohibit us from hiring a police officer who comes from another jurisdiction, who left because they were under some cloud of suspicion for misconduct, and they quit in time before they received the charges, or they resigned or retired. It will prohibit us from hiring such a person. Now, I think that is a very good thing, because we hear all the time about officers going from county to municipality after getting in trouble at one place, they go someplace else. The other thing the bill would do will require each officer to report and intervene when another officer is using excessive force. Now, I believe that is good for the citizen. I believe it's good for the officer who has to intervene, because then they don't have to put themselves in a very bad position of, do I tell, do I not tell? And I think it's good for the officer who is a human being who may have lost his temper, who may have lost his cool, and it's good that somebody will be there to say, enough is enough. Stop. Don't do that. So that provision is good. Now, the bill also provides a whistleblower protection for any officer who steps up and does intervene. We want to make sure that that officer does not receive any negative consequences as a result of the brave act that they put forth. The other thing the bill would do, the bill will prohibit chokeholds. The bill will prohibit chokeholds. The chokehold is, I had a young man in my community that died from a chokehold. His name was Christopher Brown. He was a young, aspiring young man, a member of ROTC, on the church choir and usher. I mean, he was a teenager, yet he was choked to death by an off-duty police officer. And then during the whole trial, I remembered as if it was yesterday, there was this big discussion about this chokehold. And the department's position was, we don't teach the chokehold. But that don't mean people don't do it. You're saying you don't teach it as if I don't teach it, they don't do it. Well, the officer said his life was in danger. He said, my life was in danger. That's why I did that. Now, everybody, nobody wants to send a police officer to jail. And that's why I think it's important that we have this bill so that they know that that's something they should not do. The country of France outlawed chokeholds. Quite a few states have done it, including Republican-led states. Quite a few cities. I think the recent one, I guess, heard Anne Arundel County was going to ban the chokehold. So I think that is good. Now, people will say, or people are going to say, we should be able to do this in the event of the life of the officers at risk. Believe me when I tell you, I don't want to put any officer life at risk. I don't want them to take any unnecessary risk. But I do believe that the statement that my life is in danger, to be quite frank, has been abused quite a lot. When it comes to Mr. Chris Brown, you put the young man in a chokehold behind his back like a Fort Nelson. You choke him to death, and then you say your life is at risk. Well, how did it come to be that he died? So that sort of thing. The other thing the bill do, and I'll go through it real fast, because I know we're running out of time. The bill will require it will ask for de-escalation techniques be used before a use of violence is used in certain circumstances. It will say, if you have a chance, don't resort straight to violence. Give people an opportunity to comply with your wishes or comply with your demands. In preparing for this testimony, I looked at a lot of things, and I've seen videos, and it's time and really clear that, a lot of things have happened, and we have to be, we understand, right? But when you look at a picture like this, and my computer's acting up, so I'm scared to do anything with it. But when you look at a picture like that, That is a 14-year-old girl in the middle school with a knee on her neck. A 14-year-old girl in the middle school with a knee on her neck in the middle of a cafeteria filled with other kids. Now, this young girl was not violent. This young girl didn't have a weapon. She certainly did not deserve that. And when you think about what happened with all the other kids in that cafeteria, what do you think they think about police now? How is that good for the relationship between the public and the police if a police officer can do that and snatch a young girl up and pull her out of the room? So I think it's good for everybody. The last thing I'll just talk about real fast is the adding civilians to the Civilian Review Board. Now, we have a number of amendments that we're going to present. I'll just mention them, a couple of them today, but there are a couple of amendments to the bill. One of them relates to this adding civilians to the Police Review Board. That, we were told, cannot happen until the memorandum of understanding with the union contract has expired. So we're going to be presenting an amendment saying that that will not take effect until next year when the union contract with the police officers expire. The other change to that provision is instead of the police chief appointing those persons, those civilians will be appointed by the county council. We would do it just like we do with the Board of Appeals model. Each one of us would select a civilian to sit on that board, and when they leave, they will take 2 out of the pool, and those 2 would serve on the Civilian Review Board. The other part to that is, that's pretty much it. At this point, I would just like to ask 2 questions, or the same question. One would be James Benjamin, the county attorney. And my question before we get started is real simple. Is this bill legal?
Good evening. This is James Benjamin, county attorney, and I'm speaking in my role as a legal advisor for the county council. In reviewing the bill, it is my view that the bill does pass legal sufficiency.
Okay, thank you very much. So on that note, I will go ahead and just say I would indulge my colleagues to please consider voting for the bill. You know, the fact of the matter is this. Many of these policies and procedures, some of them are already policies and procedures with the department. But it is clear to me when we look at certain incidents that they're not being followed. They're not being followed, and the department, unfortunately, is not holding people accountable. So one of the things I wanted to bring up, I said I was going to quit, but I think this is important. Some of the motivation why this is so important to all of us, whether you care about police reform or not, you certainly should care about the citizens that end up being killed. You certainly should care about the finances of Baltimore County. So when we get a judgment for $38 million, that's the cost of an elementary school. That $38 million can go an awful long way in terms of providing the services to the citizens. When we look over the last 5 years and we realize that we've had close to 70 complaints in terms of use of force, and we settled on 22 of them at a cost of $3.5 million, and we still have somewhere around 50 complaints still outstanding that we don't know what's going to happen. When I mentioned the issue with Chris Brown, that cost the citizens of Baltimore County, not only did it cost the life of a very aspiring young man and the pain and suffering with his family forever, it's also cost the citizens of Baltimore County $1.5 million. So we must do better. If we want to do better, it's going to be incumbent upon us to do it. That's the bottom line. It's going to be incumbent upon us to do it, or else, or else we're sort of like part of the problem if we don't want to do something. Now I know there's going to be people to say, we're doing this, we're doing that. And I think if we look at history as a judge, and I'm trying not to pull up these videos, even though I'm capable of doing, I think we will see that, there is a lot of room for improvement, and that's what I'm trying to do. So on that note, Madam Chair, I'm going to give up the mic, so to speak, and let some of the citizens talk.
Okay, well,
or answer any questions, I should say.
thank you, Councilman Jones. First, I like to say first and foremost that I respect you as my colleague. I know that you have worked extremely hard on this. Your heart is in it, your mind, your soul, and I know you've been throughout your entire community talking about this on a daily basis, and I know it's important to you. So I just want to say I'm grateful for the time that you've put into it, and I appreciate the work that you've done on behalf of your constituents.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I did have one little indulgence. I wanted to do one thing, if you guys give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I did not want to do it, but I think it may be worth doing just so we all can get an understanding. But sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, this is Mr. Chris Brown. This is Mr. Chris Brown. Very nice young man.
Special Appeals Court ruled Wednesday to reinstate the $38 million verdict. Do you want to go out there? Games were shot in.
This video only lasts probably about 3 minutes.
6-hour standoff at the Randallstown apartment after police agents pointed a shotgun at officers trying to serve an arrest warrant.
The Lynn James got a horrible, tragic, sadistic, senseless death. And we just wanted justice for her and her family.
Ever since her death, James' family has been fighting through the legal system. They sued Baltimore County Police, saying the officer used excessive force and he fatally shot Corinne and injured her 5-year-old son. In 2018, a grand jury awarded James' family $38 million. A year later, a Baltimore County Circuit Court judge reversed that decision, citing qualified immunity, which protects police officers from civil liability when carrying out their duties. Family appeals, and on Wednesday, the Maryland Court of Special Appeals ruled in their favor. WJZ spoke to the family attorney, J. Wendell Gordon, who said Corinne's mom was.
So the other thing, and this is the middle school incident I was telling you about. How would you like for someone to do that to your child? How would you like for someone to do that to your child?
Councilman Jones, I certainly wouldn't want anyone doing that to my child, but can you tell me, because I'm not familiar with that, what led up to that? Do you know?
Yes, I do know. I'm gonna tell you exactly what led up to it. That was a brawl at a middle school. Several kids were fighting. The school resource officer called for help. Help arrived, and then the kids were yelling at each other and talking. And from what I understand, according to the person who gave me the video, the police officer told her to sit down and shut up. Now, a middle school teen, believe me, I've raised a few girls around here. Sometimes they have a mouth. So because she ran her mouth does not mean she should have been thrown to the ground, a knee put on her neck, handcuff put on her, and hauled out of the room. That is not what I think our police officers should be doing. It destroyed that young lady is done with the police, not to mention a whole room full of other kids. I mean, there had to be a better way of doing that than what was happening.
Was that a resource officer from that school?
No, the resource officer did not do that. That was one of the officers that were pulled in. So here's another quick incident that happened.
The police to a Randallstown shopping center one day last July was for shoplifting. The Baltimore County officer who responded saw a man he said fit the description. The man's name is Daryl West. This video is from the officer's body-worn camera.
Put your hands behind your back now. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
In their report, police wrote West had continued to walk away when he's told to stop, then resisted arrest after he was hit and knocked down.
Okay, buddy. The client didn't really pull away, had no chance really to react. His body cam, the officer gets out of the car, he's all hyped up.
West was handcuffed and arrested. The officer complained his hand had been broken.
Yes, sir, that's what he said, broken hand. There's no emotion on the part of my client, and there really shouldn't be any emotion on the part of a responding police officer.
Use of force is under unprecedented scrutiny. There is pressure to defund police.
You want to give me a name? Give me a name and your box number.
In April this year, Nazim Khan took his own video after police were called to his Dundalk home by someone who suspected trespassing.
Mr. Khan says, no, this is my house. I live here alone. Go away. So I understand the police are there for several minutes, despite the demand made by Mr. Khan. It says, look, that's my car out front. You can run the tag. It's registered to me. Go away. I'm not trespassing. This is my house.
Give me a name. You gotta give me a name, your name and your box number. Khan returned to the first office.
What's your name and your box number? You why not get that? You got why not get? Walk away. What's your name and your box number? What's your name and your box number? What's the name and your box number?
Just wanted a name and batch number. That's all he wanted. So, this leads to another. The police get out and essentially assaults Mr. Khan, knocking him to the ground. And then to Mr. Khan's surprise, he's arrested. And now you wonder why people don't trust the police.
Police Khan was cited for failure to obey a police officer's order. He must wait till September to have his day in court. Charges were dropped against Daryl West. The chief told us the officer's use of force was reviewed internally and found to be justified.
Well, see, that's when you say, now this is what we need, right? We need more pictures like this. We need more.
Okay.
Is what we need. We need more community involvement, more police officers being a part of the community, getting out of the cars, playing with the kids. That's how you build good rapport with the community, not the other examples that we've shown. So that's going to be it for me, Madam Chair. I thank you for your time, and I'm sorry to have to take everybody's time to show those videos, but I just thought it was important given how important this subject is.
Okay, thank you. Before we start this evening, because next Chief Hyatt is going to speak, I'd just like to set some ground rules for this evening. Since we have so many speakers, we have over 50 speakers that have signed up tonight. We're going to allow 2 minutes to speak instead of 3. This is not uncommon. We do this in the chambers all the time when we have a lot of people signed up. And please, if the person before you or 3 people before you said exactly what you wanted to express or say the same thing, just say your name and say, I yield my time. It was already expressed by somebody else, and thank you. Just so we're not being repetitive and saying the same thing. Before Chief Melissa Hyatt, I know she wants to speak this evening. I just want to take a few seconds to say that I was a part of the team that helped narrow the selection down for the county executive to hire Chief Hyatt. We had 8 individuals that were very, very qualified to lead the Baltimore County Police Department. And why I was so in favor of Chief Hyatt is because time and time again, she talked about de-escalation and how she wanted to promote that within the police department. And for anyone that's listening tonight, you have to know that the chief's been in for a little over a year, maybe 14 months, I think. The second thing that she talked about was community policing, and we all know how important that is. Exactly what the councilman said. You know, police knowing who lives in their community, getting out of their cars, working with their community association, having our resource officers readily available to talk with communities and share information. And the last thing was equity on the police force, to have is an equal amount of people of color and have more minorities, whether it would be women or Asian, gay, trans, whatever the case may be. So those were the 3 things that really spoke to me about what she wanted to do with the Baltimore County Police Department. And I do know that all takes time. And I know that Chief Hyde has been very busy since she has come to Baltimore County. And I know that it's just a terrible time in the nation and for people. And to see George Floyd, and I know this has infuriated us, inspired us. It's invoked a lot of feelings in us. You don't have to be Black to feel for what happened to George Floyd. In 8 minutes and 47 seconds, we watched a man lose his life unnecessarily. And because of that, people have gotten active, not just people of color and Black Lives Matter, but white people and young people and old people. People have really gotten active. And I think that a lot of this, I think Councilman Jones probably has a lot to do with why you think this is important at this time for us and not 6 months ago or 6 months from now. And I know that these things are important to Chief Hyatt too. So with that being said, you know, I believe that our countries are in a crisis between what's happening between community police and also COVID and just the state of our nation. It's a very tense and trying time for all of us. So again, that's why I appreciate Councilman Jones wanting to take some type of initiative to make a difference somehow, some way. And I also know that Chief Hyatt is a great listener, and she sees what's going on too. And I know she knows she doesn't have a perfect agency. We all know that in every type of walk of life, there are bad apples that we always hope that don't ruin it for the ones that really go out every day and put 100% out there and to protect people and to really make relationships, build relationships. We know that there are great officers out there that are doing that, and I know Councilman Jones knows that too, but he does have some concerns. So with that being said, Chief Hyatt, I would like to give you the floor to talk about anything that you want to talk about right now. We'll take questions from the members, if any of the members have questions or comments for you after you're done speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the council, thank you for having me today. You've asked me to address police reform issues, including steps being taken by our agency that relate to the bill that's on today's agenda. Just over a year ago, I was sworn in as chief. I said then that I was honored to be chosen to lead a police department that is known for excellence and that hasn't changed a year later. I remain consistently impressed with the skill, dedication, and effective performance of the Baltimore County Police Department. A year ago, I stated that my priorities would include strengthening public trust, rethinking oversight and accountability, evaluating and evolving our use of technology, and enhancing officer training and wellness. That was many months before the tragic murder of Mr. George Floyd, and the subsequent national focus on reform. During this past year, the Baltimore County Police Department has, in fact, been working hard on all of these priority issues. For example, we created a Director of Accountability and Compliance, similar to an Inspector General. He is currently conducting a comprehensive assessment of internal affairs. I created a Director of Diversity and Inclusion, learning the value of that role while I was in the private sector. There are very few police departments nationally that have adopted diversity and inclusion. We are currently developing an internal blueprint and an external strategy for engagement and recruitment within the communities that we serve. During recent reorganization, we also created a professional standards bureau that includes strengthening oversight of units such as internal affairs and training. We're bringing in a nationally recognized training program on fair and impartial policing that will be mandatory for all employees, including myself. We are in the process of conducting a staffing study. It has been over 10 years since such an assessment has been completed in Baltimore County, and we continue to operate under stale staffing and supervisory assumptions. We're finalizing the purchasing process with an independent, comprehensive review of hiring and recruitment practices, which will include assessing our data for discriminatory impacts or practices in testing and background investigations. I'm proud to say that the DOJ's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services awarded us a grant for technical assistance through the Collaborative Reform Initiative. We applied for this in September of 2019. In collaboration with the administration, we are building a public-facing dashboard on the number and disposition of complaints, uses of force, and traffic stop data broken down by race. The county executive, as you know, has expanded the scope of the work group on equitable policing as a permanent advisory group to focus more broadly on potential disparities in policing. And finally, although we have previously taught these important concepts in training, we have since memorialized in our department's use of force policy the expressly stated concepts of sanctity of life, duty to intervene and report excessive or unnecessary use of force, and the importance of constitutional policing. I want to emphasize that these are all ongoing initiatives. As professionals, our work on improving and evolving is never finished. Madam Chair, in your letter to the county executive last Friday, your second request was for some information about our existing policies relating to the bill being considered. My organization is currently reviewing our policies and training curriculum, both for internal improvements and for our state-level collaborative work that I'm deeply involved in, both in my role as the chief of the Baltimore County Police Department and as the first vice president for the Maryland Chiefs of Police Association. We are researching best practices and obtaining the most updated policies being adopted in other police departments. Our recommendations are drafted on potential improvements, and once that's done, we will consult with subject matter experts such as patrol sergeants for feedback. I also plan to seek community input and input from the work group on equitable policing, on which Councilman Jones represents this council. I know that each of you has high regard for our dedicated officers and concerns for their safety and welfare. Frankly, our officers have done a remarkable job during these passing months in protecting the exercise of First Amendment rights to peacefully protest and during the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to place them and their families at risk. As conversations surrounding policy and legislation proceed, there are some proposals being imposed across the country without being fully developed. Our officers are rightfully worried about whether they may be unfairly painted with a broad brush and whether they will be able to continue to do the difficult and dangerous job that we ask them to do in good faith, using the training and equipment that we provide. Looking generally at the bill before you, the requirements prescribed by this bill have a lot of detail, some of which does not match up with accepted best practices, and at the same time, oversimplifies complex situations and decision-making that is required of our police officers. As chief, I have the authority and profound responsibility to set policies and to amend and update them as needed, as well as to hold my employees accountable for following policies and for performing their duties properly. That is why in announcing reforms, along with County Executive Olszewski, no legislative action was requested. I am proud that our department is doing this extensive self-examination and reform work, while at the same time not losing our focus on keeping Baltimore County communities safe. During this challenging year, while crime has increased in many major American jurisdictions, we have seen a decrease in many crime categories. This is a testament to the hard work being done daily by your Baltimore County police officers. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Does anybody have any questions for the chief or a comment from the county council?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Izzy. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, Councilman Jones. And Councilman Jones, I know that you've done a terrific amount of research, quite a bit of legwork, and your passion for this. And I really admire what you've done in terms of putting this all together. And it is a very, very complicated issue. And I've read through the bill. I've gone over it. I know I recognize that for me, there are certain experiences I will never have. I can never be a black or brown person that has been engaged with law enforcement. I just can't. But I relied heavily on my staff members who I trust very much, Carlos Gonzalez and Ashley Wallington, who can have that experience. And so we went through the bill and again, appreciate all the legwork that you've done. And we got some very specific comments that I'm going to offer, and I want to offer them publicly because I do want to hear, we've got a lot of viewers in the audience that are participating today. And for the sake of transparency, I'm going to go a little bit into detail into there are really two areas that we're looking at potential amendments. And the first is for those that are following along, and I know that many are because it's a very passionate and important issue. On page 5 in line 5, after verbal communication, we're looking to strike with a person using a tone, striking lines 6 and 7. And the reason for that is, as the chief mentioned, these things can be complex. And the reason we're looking as an amendment to strike that is because it's language related to tone. And tone may be, in my opinion, too subjective to quantify or qualify. So that's one area where we're looking at an amendment towards the bill. And the second amendment is on page 8. And on page 8, in line 7, we're looking to strike lines 12 through 23. So again, on page 8 in line 7, we're looking to strike lines 12 through 23. And that's language related to an officer's positioning and engagement of a vehicle from the front. And for me, I've never been to the police academy. I've never walked a beat, but this whole idea of positioning, I'm not sure that we have the background to make that determination as a council. And then I think of Amy Caprio and her positioning, and unfortunately and sadly, she was killed in the line of duty. And I think those lines get into a gray area where I'm not sure we as a council should be. I just don't think it's appropriate to look at the officer's positioning, especially in light of Officer Caprio's death in the line of duty. I think that's something that goes beyond this council. And those are the two areas where and again, respectfully, Councilman Jones, I think that you've done your work in this has been tremendous. But those are the two areas where based on conversations with my team, who, like I said, can experience law enforcement in a different way than I can, have advised me, and I agree with them, but I am looking for public feedback on that. And so thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilman Jones, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
So I have a question. I'm sorry, who was that?
it was me, Kathy, but I'll wait.
All right, Councilman Marks.
Thank you. I also want to commend Councilman Jones. I know you have reached out to me. I think you've reached out to all the council members, and that is the hallmark of a good legislator. So thank you very much. And I believe your concerns are very heartfelt, as are the concerns of many of the people who are listening today. I also agree with Councilman Patoka's concerns regarding the positioning of a police officer. I actually have in front of me the charging documents that were related to the Caprio murder. I also think that there are times that an officer is put in a position where it's almost impossible to move away from a vehicle. There may be times an officer may have to reach inside a vehicle. I'm concerned about what this legislation might do with respect to where the officer is located. The Caprio murder was a very raw incident, a horrific incident for the county, for many of our police officers who served with her. And I just agree with Councilman Patoka that I think that should be removed from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I have a question, and then maybe others will come up with a few before the public starts commenting. So I'm guessing that most of the public has read the bill, and we certainly have. So I'm wondering how you feel about, in my opinion, half this bill is about police use of force. And I don't think Councilman Jones would disagree with that. Do you have any concerns about the proposals in the bill?
Yes, ma'am. I have concerns about any requirements that are too absolute. And I think really one of the examples that got brought up before is an example of that. Any requirements that are too absolute to allow for all possible circumstances, such as a situation where an officer is literally fighting for his or her life, or where an officer is fighting to save the life of another person. In that situation, any person, not just a police officer, any person is entitled to use any means necessary to preserve life. I can tell you that police officers handle incidents that go from nothing to immediate escalation in a moment. And as we know, human behavior can be unpredictable, and officers never know what to expect when they're responding to a call for service. That's why the Supreme Court has made it clear that the totality of the circumstances must be considered when judging a use of force case. More specifically, the bill would impose the use of force continuum approach, which is arguably an outdated standard dating back to the early 1970s. It's based on a 6-step process where an officer gradually moves up the continuum as though they were climbing a ladder. A lot of leading agencies across the nation, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, actually abandoned this use of force continuum many years ago. In recent years, a lot of these continuums have been replaced with more effective policies, such as the critical decision-making models through Police Executive Research Forum, or the critical decision-making training scenarios, which are part of 21st century policing. We do still incorporate in Baltimore County a version of the use of force continuum into our policy, but this is actually one of the significant areas that we're currently reviewing internally, and an area that we plan to discuss with the work group on equitable policing, as well as community stakeholders as part of our comprehensive review. It's important for us to not get locked in with legislation on an outdated concept, which is going to continue to evolve. And it would be counterproductive for our agency, and frankly, for the communities that we serve, if I need to return to council each time to continue to seek permission to make timely adjustments and evolutions in these policies.
Thank you. So if this bill passes in its entirety, what would be the penalty for an officer who would violate a provision in the bill?
I'd like to first say, to emphasize that our departmental policies are designed to inform and improve the choices and actions of our police officers. policies themselves are not designed to be punitive. We have other administrative entities for that. The unfairness and arbitrariness of legislating these detailed requirements is really quite glaring, because a police officer's violation of any of them, and that could be substantive or procedural, even a violation of reporting requirements, would be a crime, namely a misdemeanor, which would subject them to a fine not exceeding $1,000 or imprisonment up to 90 days. If this policy is enacted, if this penalty is enacted, and if policy violations become punishable by jail, our ability to recruit police officers in Baltimore County will be non-existent. And I expect that our retention would deteriorate rapidly and drastically. Officers will not want to work in Baltimore County and will seek employment elsewhere. We already right now lose police officers to some other agencies in our lateral programs. And when I did research, I could not find another police department in Maryland where a policy violation is also a crime. And I think it's important to point out that right now, a criminal act that's also a violation of our policy is already a criminal act. There are unintended consequences for making a violation of these various substantive policy and administrative requirements into a crime. And I think that has to be considered. And a couple of those unintended consequences, just briefly, are administrative investigations and disciplinary actions would be hampered or possibly even prevented altogether, because the allegation would then be the subject of a criminal investigation. Officers could not be compelled to give statements, and information that's currently promptly releasable could no longer be available to the public. And I hope that answers your question.
Okay, it did. Although the Maryland General Assembly is not going to convene till January, I am hearing that they are already talking amongst themselves, the delegation, the Senate, about state legislation for police reform. Have you been a part of those discussions? Are those discussions actually happening? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. There are proposals in Annapolis to make a number of changes in the statutes governing law enforcement agencies. Training and certification of police officers is regulated by the state's Police Training and Standards Commission, and state law and state regulations dictate the policies and training for local police departments like ourselves. State legislators are currently having conversations with chiefs, along with various other law enforcement organizations and stakeholders. I'm involved in that work in my role both as the chief here in Baltimore County, as well as my position as the first vice president of the Maryland Chiefs of Police Association. Legislators are having detailed conversations with chiefs prior to introducing specific bills, and I am hopeful that our county work group on equitable policing will also be a local resource for us that we can rely on to help us do our best work on these important issues. But there are a lot of conversations being had, and I think that it's really critically important to include stakeholders on the front end of those conversations.
Thank you. Are there any questions for any of the members or any comments for the
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Councilman Jones for all the work he's done on this legislation, and the hours of discussions that we've had on the phone have been very helpful to me. One of the things that I hope that we can accomplish here is, from what I'm understanding, and I'm sure you're absolutely right, there are segments of the population that believe that the police are their enemy, not their friend. I would hope that we could work on making to have the community have confidence in their police, because that's so very important. And I certainly appreciate Councilman Patoka for his he wants to include young people in these decisions and these conversations, and I think that's very important. When I saw the 14-year-old on the floor of not Old Court, but whatever the name of the school is, it used to be Old Court Middle. When I saw her on the floor, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder what the rest of the children in that cafeteria must think of the police. And so, especially in that school, I think it's so important to establish a relationship that when you have a problem, the first person the friend you're gonna have is the police officer in your area. And again, I appreciated Councilman Jones for our conversations. It's really helpful. For Chief Hyatt, I also want to say that the initiatives that you and the county executive issued in June, I think many of those initiatives were a step in the right direction. You know, these are things that need to go on a regular basis. And let me just say that, you know, if someone else were to be county executive or the police chief should change, what guarantees are there that the initiatives that have been started by County Executive Olszewski and you will continue? And that's a concern of mine. And I understand that you're looking at the policies that you are pursuing in the police department and comparing them to what's in the bill to see, you know, where there's a match. I just believe that some of what you're doing needs to be codified so that we always reevaluate training of police, that, you know, that we have a way to deal with police that don't act in the best interest of the police department or citizens, a way to deal with those issues. And so I'm glad that you're coming up with a list of where there are matches between the bill and what you're doing. Now we have, and I always say, I think we have one of the very best police departments in the United States. All you have to do is look at the statistics and our crime statistics compared to subdivisions of our size. We are doing an outstanding job, and we'll do even a better job if we can have all the citizens of Baltimore County believe in our police force. I think there's no doubt about that. So, I'd like the Chief Hyatt to comment on that. And also, I noticed in the films that I saw that the suspect or the person being arrested was always on the ground. Is it a policy of the police department if someone's going to be arrested that they be put on the ground first?
So I'll start with your last question. And we have a very robust training program at our training academy, both for entry level as well as ongoing training in terms of arrest procedure. And actually, a few months ago, we put out something else, a training refresher video, reminding officers of some of our arrest techniques. So absolutely not. There's some circumstances that an individual may be placed on the ground. There are other circumstances that they're not. But going back to what you said previously about if there's a different county executive or a different police chief, I think one of the things that's important to recognize is these things that we're moving towards, these things that we're doing are national best practices. They're 21st century policing. We see them when we read former President Obama's 21st Century Policing Report, when we look at what the gold standard is nationally, these are some of the things that we're doing. And I would certainly hope that whatever police chief were sitting in this chair, that it would be somebody that valued that type of forward thinking. Fortunately, the Maryland Police Training Commission that sets all of our standards and guidelines, which of course is a state level entity, makes certain that certain things are held in compliance. And if a police department doesn't remain in compliance with those things, they can be decertified. Police officers can get decertified. So I think it's really important to really recognize particularly some of what's going on the state level right now, because a lot of those state level conversations directly correlate to the work that the Maryland Police Training Commission is doing. And, you know, I truly think that that's what will set a standard for law enforcement in the state of Maryland, as it has. But as law enforcement is evolving right now, and as we're in a moment of change, I think that we're going to see a lot come from that.
Chief, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, good. Okay, so you and the county executive had these initiatives in June. Were we not in compliance then with the state at that time?
So first, I want to correct one thing. These aren't things, many of the things that I listed in the 10 items that I listed, we've been working on internally for 6, 8, or 10 months. They're not things that we although we spoke about them in June, a lot of them we've been working on for a very long time. We are absolutely in compliance with the Maryland Police Training Commission. We are looking, however, to continue to modernize our police department. Without question, this is a fantastic police department, but there are a lot of things. For example, one of the things that I spoke about is the work that we're going to be doing with the DOJ COPS office on collaborative reform for technology. A lot of the things that we're looking to do, and I just had this conversation a little while ago in the work group on equitable policing, that there's a lot of things that we're really interested in doing with data and so many other things, but that we frankly lack some of the technology to be able to do it. And they're going to help us build a blueprint for technology moving forward. So this is an evolution. This is about us looking at where we are now, looking at what best practices are, looking at what some other police departments have had the ability to move towards, and figuring out what the best match is for our jurisdiction. You know, any professional, whether it's in law enforcement or anywhere else, we must be continuing to look towards the future and continuing to evolve and make improvements. And, you know, I will say without question, this isn't just me standing alone. This is something that's being supported by the organization as we're continuing to modernize, and it's been a very exciting thing to be part of.
When you and the county executive issued your initiatives, did the state make a suggestion that you needed to do that?
No, absolutely not. You know, when the county executive hired me for this position, you know, one of his priorities from the beginning was really assessing, modernizing, and evolving. You know, he recognizes some of the challenges, the inherent challenges that we have, you know, with the diversity and inclusion role that we created here. We recognize that there are some places that we are doing a great job. There are other places that we really need to improve. We need to be doing a better job with diverse recruitment and development. So this wasn't anything that somebody said to us, hey, you need to do this. These are things that we've been looking at, that we've been having conversations. And I can tell you, you know, any issue or anything that I have noted that is something that we need to work on, I've had an extraordinary amount of support from the administration to be able to move these initiatives forward. And frankly, it's going to make us a better, stronger police department, and it's going to help us serve the residents of Baltimore County even better.
You will share with us the list of items that you identify that are in the bill that you are doing. And also, I just want to say that, and no respect to any other department head or director, but I've said all along that the county executive, that the appointment of the police chief was the most important appointment that he had for this term. And thank you very much.
Councilman Jones, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just had, Chief Hyatt, isn't it true that we met on the 23rd, Thursday?
We had a WebEx, yes, sir.
Yes. And I found it very interesting that I spoke with you for 45 minutes because prior to that, you had made a statement on the press, I think it was WBAL, that there were things in the bill that you could agree with, that we all could agree with, yet there were some items of concern and you look forward to talking with me. So I set up an appointment, I waited a week, and we had a meeting. And did you mention any of these things you said today to me last week?
We spoke broadly through some of these pieces.
But did you mention any of these things to me last week? I know you spoke broadly because you didn't say anything specifically. I asked you, what did you like about the bill? You had nothing to say. I asked you, what did you dislike about the bill? You had nothing to say. You said you supported the spirit of the bill. Am I lying?
Without question, I support excellence in policing, period. And it is very clear to me that you are very passionate about excellence in policing as well. I certainly, and obviously it's very clear by my comments that I do have concerns with the bill as it stands. I have concerns with it. Absolutes in law enforcement are really difficult because of the nature of our job, and I'm sure you understand from your previous profession as a first responder. But without question, we are both looking at evolving and continuing to advance law enforcement in our police department, and I think the spirit of that we can both agree on.
Well, okay, so I guess the answer was you didn't say any of these things to me because what it appears to me, and I hate to accuse you of anything, but you can certainly take this opportunity to set the record straight. It appears to me that there's nothing we can do that would satisfy you because it would appear as though you do not want any oversight at all, that we should somehow just trust everything you're doing, when in fact, the reason we are where we are today in this country is because the public is saying enough is enough. We see the experts in policing. We see how well you guys are doing. And we're saying, sir, there's certain things we like. So today, is there anything about this bill you like?
Just backing up for a second, I think that anybody that has worked with me or for me for the last 13 months knows that accountability in law enforcement is something that is absolutely a priority for me. I said it before I started in this position. I speak about it consistently. And so, certainly there is no one, whether it's myself or anyone on my leadership team in the Baltimore County Police Department, that has an issue with levels of oversight and accountability. We want to continue to be better. Part of the reason why I created the Director of Accountability and Compliance was to be able to have actual reflection of our policies, our practices. Part of the reason why I brought in a Director of Diversity and Inclusion is to take a hard look at how our policies, our practices, how we operate, to make sure that we're doing things in the manner that we need to, and in places where there's room for improvement, to be able to help me make the necessary steps to be able to continue to improve.
Okay, Chief, so obvious to me that was not an answer to my question. Maybe it was an answer to something else, but so I guess there's nothing in the bill you like, and there's nothing in the bill you can live with because you didn't answer it. So I guess there's no reason for me to ask you if there's anything you don't like, but I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Number one, you know how many people Baltimore County Police Department killed last year? Never mind whether or not they were deserving or not. I'm just asking you, do you know the number? If you want, I can just give you the number. It's not, you don't really have to know it. I'll share it with you.
In 2019, we had 5 police-involved shootings.
Well, according to the state, they say that we had 8 deaths from the Baltimore County Police Department. And in fact, that is the highest number in the state of Maryland by every jurisdiction. Baltimore City had 5, state police had 4. This is the list from the state of Maryland that maintains this information. And so anyway, and then in 2015, once again, Baltimore County Police Department killed more people than anyone else in the state, any other jurisdiction, including Montgomery County, including the state police, including Prince George's County. So those are numbers that we cannot be proud of. We can't be proud of those numbers. So here's something else that I just want you to take a look at, and then you can tell me whether or not you think what you see is right, wrong, good, bad. I realize police officers have to make very split-second decisions. I get it. And what we're trying to do is slow this whole thing down. So if we look at this little small clip, Mr. Eric Sapp, you tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what I think. Now, there's 2 police officers on the scene. I warn everybody, this is graphic. If you don't want to see this violent, I recommend you turn your cameras off. Now, this gentleman's mother called for help for her son. The only crime that even close to, if you accept what his mother said, was he was drunk and driving.
Put your hands on the dash, do it now. Please put your hands on the dash. Turn your car off. Please turn your car off. Please turn your car off. Don't get out of the car. Don't get out of the car. Don't get out of the car.
Now, it's no doubt about it. It's no doubt to me that officer can't feel good about shooting and killing Mr. Sapp. And my point is, in cases like that, why wouldn't the officer stay in a safe space where he and the other officer on the scene would have more time to make an assessment? Why would he go around the corner and greet Mr. Sapp and take a man's life? He shot him 8 times, 4 in the chest, 4 in the back. So tell me, Hyatt, where is the accountability when the department said that shooting was justified? Tell me, where is all that you talked about? Where are those things in that case?
So the first thing that I'm going to say is that when an officer takes someone's life, it is not something that they're ever proud of. It's a life-changing moment, and it has a significant impact. So never think for a second that that's something that they're ever proud of. And frankly, regardless of the circumstances, our hearts go out to the families when they lose a loved one, regardless of the circumstances. You know, in this particular case, the state's attorney's office reviewed this case and found this case to be a justified case. It doesn't change the fact that we're never proud of that. And in fact, it's a terrible moment for us. But in this particular case, that was the outcome of it. The state's attorney's office declined to prosecute this case.
Well, we know that, Chief Hyatt. The question was, did you see anything wrong in that video? I mean, to me, the civilian, the guy who never wore a police uniform in his life, says the officer should have stayed on the other side to de-escalate the situation, gave it some time where he could have made a better assessment as to whether the gentleman had a weapon. Now, it's my understanding he followed procedures, which was to go around the car, confront the gentleman, and shoot and kill the gentleman, an unarmed man. So my question is could we have done that better?
I don't know what it's going to accomplish, to be in perfect respect, sir, for me to get into a back and forth exchange about this. We are never happy when this happens.
Well, Chief, neither am I, and I'm certainly sure the family of Eric Sopp is not happy, and I'm certainly sure the officer, believe it or not, I believe this in my heart, the officer who pulled that gun, who pulled that trigger is not happy. I'm certain he was fearful for his life, and I'm certain he did what he thought he had to do. And then right after shooting it, you can hear his stress and anger when he said, you know, some curse words. My point is, we're trying to come up with some things that can make it better for everyone so that everyone can go home. But it would appear to me as though there is no interest in working together to try to come up with this. So on that note, you're right, it doesn't do us any good to continue to go back and forth, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think videos are worth more, and we've certainly heard an awful lot of words from you tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Quirk, did you have a question or a statement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Chief, thank you for your testimony tonight. I actually found a lot of what you said to be very helpful. And I know Councilman Jones, I know his heart's in the right place, and I know he has a lot of passion for this subject, obviously. And, you know, I think one of the issues with this bill, among many, is when we get into the nuances of the law and what do things mean. For example, in 19-1-203A or, you know, 19-1-203B, when we even get into the subject of use of force, I mean, the question becomes really, where's the use of force? Use of force, for example, is a touch, a simple touch, a use of force. Is putting handcuffs on somebody a use of force? So these things, I think, get very nuanced really quickly, and it also leaves a lot for interpretation and subjectivity. I do think that the county executive has taken this issue very, very seriously. I do believe, and we see tonight, that we have a chief of police that takes these issues very seriously and is addressing them. And so my big concern with this bill is when we start getting to these legal nuances, how do we really define them? And then are there unintended consequences that nobody's intending, but we are now subject to? And so I just wanted to bring that up as one of my questions.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I guess I had a quick question for Tom Boswick. He, Adam, and myself, and quite a few others worked on this bill. I crowdsourced this bill. I sent it out to anybody who would take a look at it. And we, in fact, there's quite a few officers who support each and every letter in the bill. And they are convinced that this bill is a good bill. And they told me the only people that would have issues with these things are people that do the things that the bill tries to stop. So, for example, we talked about chokeholds, but forget all of that. Let's just go straight to Tom Boswick. Most of the language in this bill came from other police departments. Is that true, sir?
it's my understanding, yes, when you asked us to put the bill together or asked us to put a framework for a bill together for you, we looked at other jurisdictions, we looked at the policies in effect with other jurisdictions. We looked at Adam, refresh my recollection, you just mentioned it when we were talking.
Yeah, it was, we looked at Chicago, San Francisco, Baltimore City, especially, since the consent decree. And there's several organizations that kind of compile these different, policy reforms. A lot of these came out of consent decrees with the Department of Justice. Baltimore being the closest example. So it came from different major metropolitan areas like that.
And you just mentioned when we were talking the 2019 that document when you were in my office, you just mentioned.
Oh, the 21st Century Policing Report. Yeah, I mean, that document sets out a lot of principles. It does have some concrete language, but I thought it best. We both thought it best to actually be looking at concrete policies that were implemented around the country by police departments. The 21st Century Policing Task Force was just that, a task force, and we wanted to keep this as grounded as possible in what has already been implemented somewhere else.
And what is more grounded, I guess, in real world situations. And one thing of note is that the Montgomery County has a similar bill that is pending as well. Theirs actually goes into a lot more detail than this one, because again, we did not want to get into a level of detail that would hamstring the police or that would limit what they can do in the right situation. We tried to do it in such a way that it would that it was more policy oriented as much as anything.
So okay, well, if that's the case, just a question then to our legal counselor, to Mr. James Benjamin, just getting down to just a simple question: is putting handcuffs, could that be considered a use of force? Maybe touching somebody, could that be a use of force? And then a second question would be, I understand the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission, and the chief could weigh in on this one. Is it true that the Baltimore County Police Department currently provides training under the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission guidelines specifically about de-escalation techniques and yearly use of force updates and a review of use of force policies, not only just in the classroom, but also in practical exercises? So I guess just to even split nuances, because I do think we're getting into the legal world, and I would totally defer to the attorneys because that is way beyond my pay grade. But when we're even talking about simple things like use of force, if I put handcuffs on you or if I even touch you, now do we have unintended consequences that we're really not trying to have? And so that's my issue with this bill, is some of the details, when you really get into them, give me pause. So I guess that's a question for the attorneys, and then a question for the chief. If the chief could really talk to us about some of these de-escalation techniques we already employ, and maybe talk to us a little bit about the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission, because I'm really, truly trying to understand what we're doing now versus what Councilman Jones is proposing as well. So I know we got a bunch of sharp attorneys here, and I'll just ask that simple question, the use of force question, and also to the chief about maybe helping us understand what de-escalation techniques we're doing and how do we address this use of force question, because I think that gets down to the fundamental essence of this.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe Councilman Marks, you have a question?
Yes. Just a quick question to the chief. When did you see the draft of this bill?
I saw the draft of the bill a little bit over a week ago, once it was already drafted. That was the first input that I had.
So did you see the
Chief, is that the first time you saw the bill?
When it was sent to me, once it was already completed, that's correct.
Okay, Councilman Jones, did you share the draft or even like a framework you were looking at with the chief?
The chief should have received a copy of the draft over a month ago. And I'm pulling up the email right now to see where people have told me that they forwarded to the chief. I sent the bill a month ago to everyone, the council members, the FOP, the chief, and quite a few other officers that I know, and said, look at this, tell me what you think.
Okay. Okay, and then I have one more question for the chief and Councilman Jones. So I'm reading here, a police officer must intervene when they reasonably believe that another police officer is using or is about to use unnecessary excessive physical force and must promptly report the incident to a supervisor. What do you think is promptly? Seems like a very subjective statement. What's promptly?
What is promptly should be as soon as prudent for anyone reporting any kind of misconduct or anything. And that's something that we have impressed upon our officers long before I was in this agency.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is James Benjamin. I wanted to address the points raised by Councilman Quirk.
Okay.
Councilman Quirk, under 19-1-203B, it says physical force occurs when a police officer intentionally touches directly or indirectly a person and includes holds, grabs, blows, and strikes, as well as the use of instruments such as batons, devices, just tasers, or other conductive electrical weapons, tools such as pepper spray or similar chemical irritants, canines, or the use of firearms. So based upon that definition, I believe that, yes, the use of handcuffs, that is an example of force. But the question is whether or not the force is reasonable. And the Graham v. Connor Supreme Court case talks about there being a need to have a careful balancing of the nature and quality of the intrusion on the individual's Fourth Amendment interests against the countervailing governmental interests at stake. And so for that reason, they look at three predominant factors to analyze the use of force. One, we look to the severity of the crime at issue. Second, examine the extent to which the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others. And third, consider whether the suspect is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Now, in regard to Section A of 19-1-203, it says, a police officer may only use physical force when it is objectively reasonable, necessary, and proportional to obtain compliance with lawful commands or resolve a conflict, and only after all viable alternatives to physical force are exhausted or are unavailable, including the use of de-escalation techniques. Now, Chief Hyatt had spoken earlier about situations where an officer could come to a particular scene or situation and there's immediate escalation and there may not be time for de-escalation, and that is valid. That could very well happen. And that's why the language in Section A of 19-1-203 is very important. It says, after all viable alternatives to physical force are exhausted or are unavailable. So in a situation like that, where you have immediate escalation, I would say that the viable alternative is unavailable. And so a police officer could use physical force when it's objectively reasonable, necessary, and proportional. So what I'm saying to you is that there's still the issue, and this bill meets, in my view, and that's the reason why I say it passes legal sufficiency. There's still reasonableness that has to be factored in, and it does factor it in. The points that the chief raises regarding retention, recruitment, being consistent with best practices, those are very valid points, but those go to policy issues. And what I'm talking about are legal questions of sufficiency. And so that's the reason why I think it's important to be able to look at the issue of the use of handcuffs, but whether or not it is in fact reasonable under this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. I really appreciate that. And the other part of my question as well was to the chief to really truly understand Baltimore County's police department currently. You know, we're looking at the Maryland Police Training Commission, a standards commission. I'd like to really better understand, as really a novice, not truly understanding the intricacies of these details. Chief, if you could help me understand, what does the Baltimore County Police Department currently do in regard to de-escalation now? What about our use of force updates, our policies with use of force? What are we doing in the classroom and practical exercises? It's helpful to really understand, because we're all trying to understand, is there a problem, and then what do we need to fix? And so it would be helpful to me to really understand what the Baltimore County Police Department does specifically with use of force, and also, you know, with de-escalation and training, whether it's classroom or practical exercise.
Absolutely, sir. And if I can just take just your indulgence for a moment to correct what I said to Councilman Jones. I pulled up the email, and it was actually mid-June, but it was at about 4:30 p.m. the evening before the press conference when you introduced the proposed bill. So I was wrong on the date with that. In terms of use of force, we teach use of force. Entry-level officers get it annually every year, and they are getting policy. They are also doing scenario-based training. We have a strong focus on de-escalation, and although the Maryland Police Training Commission sets requirements for de-escalation training, Baltimore County Police Department several years ago adopted and has been training on ICAT, which is called Integrating Communication, Assessment, and Tactics. It's through Police Executive Research Forum. It's essentially considered the gold standard in terms of de-escalation. It focuses on communication, basic de-escalation skills. It does a lot for how officers should best deal with people that are in behavioral or emotional crises. So that's some of what we teach in terms of de-escalation. There are, of course, other things that we teach throughout the course of the year. Like I told you, we, following the death of Mr. Floyd, our training academy put out a refresher to our officers on some of our arrest techniques. It was a video that they put together. So they frequently, as things occur nationally, they're very in tune with incidents that are occurring across the country. They also spend a lot of time focusing on ways to provide supplemental training to our officers. And there are obviously a lot of different ways to be able to push out training, and that remains a priority.
And Chief, is it true, like thinking about use of force, like if I saw the statistics from the fraternal order of police, maybe less than one use of force per day around the county, 293 per year over the last decade, I think is the number. 0.047% of calls for service, 1.1% of all arrests. I'm really trying to understand something that I really don't have a good understanding of is where Baltimore County Police Department is versus, say, other counties. You know, because when we're all looking at data, we're trying to truly understand this data in relation to everything else. And so I don't have genuinely, I don't have enough data to understand. Is Baltimore County's Police Department light years ahead of perhaps, say, for example, Baltimore City, or light years ahead of maybe New York? Or when we're looking at all our statistics, how is our department looking? I feel like with your leadership and with Johnny's efforts that have really been put into the police department, from a pure layman's perspective, I feel like the Baltimore County Police Department has made major strides in the last decade or two, but it would be really helpful to understand the data in relation to everything else.
Absolutely. And while I don't have numbers that I could compare to other jurisdictions, I can tell you that our numbers for uses of force, and if President Rose is here tonight, I know that he probably has that comparison. But compared to similarly sized other police departments, our numbers certainly are low. And, you know, we're a police department that in the first 6 months of the year, we had over 370,000 calls for service. So, you know, without question, fortunately, our uses of force are low. And I do believe that that's a testament to the training. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. Do we have room to grow and room to improve? Absolutely. You know, that's part of the reason that we're making the investment on bringing in this fair and impartial training, fair and impartial policing training, which is an implicit bias training that the Department of Justice is very fond of, because we know that we need to continue to improve and we need to continue to evolve. And with use of force, it's the same thing. We continue to add new scenario-based training. We continue to find ways to enhance the training that our officers are getting, because as soon as we get to the point that we think that we're well trained enough and we don't need to continue to modify and improve our policies and everything else, you know, we've lost. We need to continue to have this standard of excellence, continue to do better than we did yesterday.
Thank you.
We have State's Attorney Schellenberger that's had his hand up for a while, wanting to make a comment. Mr. Schellenberger, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Again, I apologize for the camera. I thank you for the last 3 hours to try and fix it, but I've still not been able to get it going. I can assure you my tie is still on and up. You know, my mind is racing. There's too much to say. And every time something comes up, I try to move to another topic. But number one, I hope that you all have my written testimony and take a look at it. I tried to zero in on a number of things that were really important. I think the most important thing that I need to emphasize is that while the chief did say that she makes decisions on use of force, that's actually a little inaccurate. I make the decisions on use of force. My deputy, who has 32 years of experience, she's the top person in my office. She reviews every use of force case that comes in, whether it's a push, a shove, or a police-involved shooting. Regarding Mr. Supp, the video that Councilman Jones just recently played for the chief, I watched that video about 50 times. I watched that video a number of times, frame by frame. And there are a lot of things that happened in that case, and I'd be happy to share them with Councilman Jones to discuss what exactly happened in that case. But you have an intoxicated individual, you have a nighttime situation where individuals being pulled over at night by a police officer is the most dangerous situation for a police officer that can happen. And I might be a little wrong about the time, but at any rate, the officer kept giving commands. He kept moving his car. He wouldn't pay attention to the commands. He wouldn't show his hands. He wouldn't put his hands where they were being told to put them. And unfortunately, he came flying out of the car and came towards the officer. Like I said, I'll be happy to show you a frame by frame of that video. My deputy and I watched it over and over and over again, and we made the decisions that we made. We are the ones who decide whether an officer's use of force was justified or not. And regarding chokeholds, I would remind all of you that one thing that Councilman Jones neglected to finish up, and that was in the Christopher Brown case, which was the chokehold by the off-duty officer in Randallstown. We prosecuted that case. We had a 4-day jury trial going forward in that case because we ruled that case was an unauthorized excessive use of force, and 12 citizens in Baltimore County came back to us and said, not guilty. And that happened again just 3 years ago with Officer Spivey, Christopher Spivey, who got caught being beating someone from a helicopter. The helicopter was being operated by Baltimore City Police Department. They called us and said, you need to watch this video. And we prosecuted Officer Spivey for 3 counts of assault because we felt like he used excessive force. That jury was out less than 30 minutes, and they waited outside the circuit court, and every one of those jurors hugged Officer Spivey. So we do our job, and we take that job extremely serious. Like I said, my top prosecutor reviews every one of these cases, and when the ones get really tough, particularly the ones involving death, I review them myself with her to make sure that we are making the best and possible decision. So what I'm saying is, I understand about having 8 cases last year, and we cleared every one of those cases, at least all the ones that we have seen. Our police department does an excellent job of presenting us with a very independent investigation, one that we very much rely upon and trust. So I am obviously in opposition to Council Bill 7320, police reform. I think it's overly inclusive. I think it's unworkable. You know, to tell an officer what they can and cannot do at 2 o'clock in the morning when they're rolling around on a road trying to save their own life, I think is truly unfair. We don't do it with any other profession. We don't tell people how they have to behave when their life is in danger. And therefore, I think that there are things in this bill that, that we need to get rid of. We have great training in Baltimore County. Chief Hyatt has brought us into this century. Frankly, she's brought us into this decade where we are doing outstanding training in the area of de-escalation, where in the area of conflict resolution, sanctity of life, duty to intervene, communication skills. I think we're doing an excellent job in these areas. Over the last 10, 15 years, the complaints against officers in Baltimore County, and that's the FOP has very good numbers in their testimony, has steadily dropped while our population has increased by hundreds of thousands. And so our complaints have been going down, our training is going up, and our population is going up. So I think we are doing a really good job on working all of these things out. But regarding use of force, like I said, in the Christopher Brown case, we did what we were supposed to do. And it was a jury that said, no, you're wrong. And they did the same thing in Chris Spivey's case. We will not hesitate to continue to look at these cases independently and go forward with charges when we believe they are appropriate. But having these blanket restrictions on officers under circumstances of, you know, what they can do and what they can't do, we have found out what happens when an officer hesitates for a second. And that's what happened to Amy Caprio. She did everything right. She did everything by the book. And her life was taken because she couldn't react fast enough. And so these officers have to make these split-second decisions at the moment that their life could be in danger, and we should not handcuff them in any way. Now, Councilman Jones says, are there any things in here that I like? I think it's good that we can have reports to the council and to the executive about numbers and talking about the numbers. I don't think it's unreasonable to have an officer, you know, who sees something they don't like, you know, make a report to their supervisor. I think, you know, immediate might be something like 24 hours, although I don't know if you can, you know, pick a number. So I think there are things in here, and I think there are concepts in here that are good. But to say this is against the law when you don't know what circumstances are going to arise at that moment, I think is a way too far. The whole thing has changed based upon body cameras. You know, I have a body camera unit with 14 people. Most of them are around the age of 30, very young, typically paralegals. You know, just 4 months ago, they sent me a video of an officer using force that individual was, the body camera person was disturbed by. And so I watched that video, And I was disturbed. I called internal affairs and I said, did you get a complaint from this person? And they said, no, nobody's complained. Nobody's made a complaint. I sent internal affairs that video. 2 hours later, they emailed me back and said they had just opened a file and they were taking action. So we have, because of body cameras, because of my office, and because of what happens in Baltimore County, we have great checks and balances that are present. But I do have to emphasize, we have a great police department. I mean, we got so many officers on the street doing a terrific job, and you can hear by the numbers that we have seen, you know, our numbers are not only down, but they're way down over the last 10 years. I think they're doing an outstanding job keeping us monitored and keeping us in the places where we need to go. I can certainly talk some more about any of these cases that you have. We take our job very seriously, and I just don't think you can legislate conduct when you don't know every tiny circumstance that's going to come up in that particular moment. And that's what we end up doing. We look at every fact of the case. And that's why I come back to that video of the unfortunate individual who was shot outside of his car. You know, we looked at that frame by frame to see where his hands were, to see whether he was stepping in a certain direction, and you just can't legislate that kind of conduct. I agree with your concepts. I think the law that we currently operate on is good now. You are also correct. I was just contacted by Senator Smith's office of JPR down in Annapolis. They are working on this. They're going to have a group of state's attorneys come down and talk to them. I know the chief is working on it. We had an equitable policing meeting just this afternoon, which I had to get off a little bit early so I could come to this. I think we're making excellent strides in this county. I just don't think we can, you know, impose upon an individual officer behavior that happens at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Jones.
Mr. Schellenberger, listen, I certainly appreciate your testimony, and I certainly did not mean to intentionally omit the fact that you charge the officer with murder, because you did charge him with manslaughter, and I certainly I did not mean to omit that in some way to imply you were not doing your job. But I think we're missing the big picture here. The big picture is all of this is designed so that we can prevent a Mr. Eric Sopp. Now, I'm just not going to get into Officer Caprio. I think it was horrible that she was murdered. Our heart and prayers continue to go out to her and her family. And I just don't think it does any of us any good to talk about that. My bill is trying to make it safer for everyone. And when we think about Officer Comegna, he's an officer in 2018 who killed himself here in Baltimore County. We should be doing things to reduce stress, reduce the likelihood of violence, so that these officers don't end up harming themselves. And I understand that whenever you talk about change, people, you know, get worked up and they don't want change. But the fact of the matter is this, Mr. Schellenberger, you're the one to decide whether or not somebody broke the law or not. So if an officer has to do what they have to do, and you looked at this law, nothing says that you would have to somehow prosecute them. I mean, so I don't see where there's an issue. And if we're already doing all these things already, then why do we continue to see videos like the ones I showed today? The important thing to note about the videos I showed today, not one single officer received a reprimand or anything. The department said in every case, what you did is fine. And that perpetuates the problem, because then that officer says, okay, I can do it again. And everyone else says they can do it again. And then the public takes to the street to say enough is enough. But let's get to some callers, because I guess feel like I'm beating a dead horse here.
Okay, I just want to, two things. First, Councilman Crandall has a question, but before Mr. Schellenberger hangs up, were there any other council members that had a question or a comment to Mr. Schellenberger? Okay, then. Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much.
Can I respond to Councilman Jones's question?
Absolutely.
The reason I brought up Officer Caprio is because of that split-second decision that an officer has to make. And if you now have a statute in which an officer waits an extra second to think about, did I do something wrong or did I not, that split second could mean that officer's life. And the other thing that I think is important is that right now, because there is no law that says you can do this and you can't do that, it means a citizen who might have been placed in a chokehold has to come to my office to convince us that something illegal happened. If you pass this statute that says you can't do chokeholds, then that citizen can go to a commissioner and potentially get a charging document against that officer without coming to my office, by showing them the statute and showing them a medical report saying, you know, this person was choked. So I think that the system we have is working. I think we are modernizing this police department in a great way. And I think we've come very far and we continue to go far. And I continue to work with the chief and Johnny O and you all. Just so you all know, the first person I called after I saw this bill was I called Councilman Jones. And I said, can we talk? You know, there's things that we can work out here. And I'm happy to work with any and all of you to pass the things that I think are good. But this bill as currently drafted is not something that I think we can really live with. And more importantly, I think it put officers at risk. And I'll shut up.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilman.
This is just one more point. Mr. Schellenberger, I'm not sure if you are aware, but the entire country of France has banned the chokehold. Connecticut has banned the chokehold. California has banned the chokehold. Florida has banned the chokehold. New York State has banned the chokehold. Washington State banned the chokehold. Austin, Texas banned the chokehold. Chicago, Denver, Houston, Minneapolis. Should I keep going? Seattle, Phoenix. All of these, Washington, D.C., Anne Arundel County, all these places are banning the chokehold. Yet, for some reason, in Baltimore County, we have to hold on to a chokehold when I just showed you a video of a police officer with his knee on the neck of a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl in middle school. In the cafeteria with everybody else, the police did that. It was a sergeant and another officer. Yet, you all want to defend the chokehold? I just showed you when the guy was suspected of shoplifting. One of the first things the officer did, reached out and tried to choke the gentleman. Guess what? We dropped the charges. Why did we drop the charges? Because he didn't do anything wrong. Another lawsuit we'll be looking at, and the citizens will be paying for it.
Well, I appreciate all those states and countries. I do know that County Executive Pittman in Anne Arundel County was going to, in my reading of it, was going to make it a policy. He wasn't going to make it against the law. And I'd be interested in running a list of all those states and countries that you named as whether it should be a policy or against the law. I have no problem with a resolution that says we don't like chokeholds and we think they should only be used as a last resort. What I don't like is specificity as to conduct that can and cannot be used under a specific circumstance. You just don't know how bad it could be. But thank you very much, and I look forward to helping any of you write anything and work with anything.
Thank you, Mr. Schellenberger. And Councilman Crandall, thank you so much for waiting the length of time that you had. I hope you remember what your question was.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank everyone for the discussion, Chief Hyatt, our state's attorney. One thing I wanted to get out there just really quickly, a question that I know Scott Schellenberger can answer is, Scott, you are elected to your office, are you not?
That's correct, since 2006.
So you answer to the voters of Baltimore County.
I do, and
Okay.
As a perfect example, and I think I'm fairly certain that Councilman Jones was there. The very day that we determined that the shooting of Corinne Gaines was justified, I walked into a school in Randallstown and answered the questions of 100+ citizens and explained to them where I got my decision and why I made it. And I walked in there alone. And, you know, there were a lot of people, Councilman Crandall, who disagreed with me. And there were a lot of people who probably to this day will disagree with me. I will make decisions not based on the next election, but I will make decisions because I believe they are right or they are wrong. And, you know, every day I make half the people I deal with unhappy. Sometimes it's, you know, citizens because I clear an officer, and sometimes it's the FOP and the police department because I charge an officer. And I make those decisions based upon the facts of the case and the law, and I don't make those decisions based upon votes. But thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted our listeners and viewers, in case no one was clear on that there is actually there's an elected representative that has oversight over misdeeds of our police department, and there have been misdeeds, and you prosecuted those. But what I wanted to make sure of, and by the way, a lot of my concerns about the bill, which are many, a lot of those have been discussed by the chief, the state's attorney, Councilman Jones, and my colleagues on the council. So I'm going to not get into the details of the bill with my question, but I did want to make sure that in what I think is a very good discussion about public safety in Baltimore County, I wanted to make sure that we have an understanding, and I'm proud to live and represent the people of Baltimore County and be in a jurisdiction where thousands and thousands of calls for service end without incident at all. And we don't get to see the 99%, as Councilman Quirk brought up that 1% number, the 99% of arrests that occur without use of force. We don't get to see the really, really difficult situations that our police officers face and are diffused without any arrest, without any incident, and peace is maintained. And I think if that is not part of this discussion in terms of the thousands of calls of service, again, that end in a peaceful way, if we don't acknowledge that, we're really missing a huge part of this conversation, because I'm proud to support the Baltimore County Police Department. I think that in an imperfect world, it's a lot to ask for perfection in an agency. And I just wanted to be clear that we have some really, really dedicated people that are doing the best they can with the tools they have in the situations that they're being presented with. And I believe that the mechanisms are in place. There's nothing wrong with this discussion, but I believe that the mechanisms are in place. And it's evident to me upon testimony this evening so far that the people in charge of law enforcement in Baltimore County are not turning a blind eye to some problems that we may have. So again, appreciate the discussion, and I just wanted to get that statement out there before we moved on to the citizens and their testimony. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
can I just thank Scott Schellenberger? Mr. Schellenberger, you're absolutely right. After the decision was made for Corinne Gaines, I called the meeting, and to be quite frank, I invited quite a few people. Many of them refused to come. but you did come. You stood there, you answered questions as long as the people had questions, and I thank you very much for that. You're absolutely correct. Thank you.
I appreciate that acknowledgement. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, then, we're going to end these discussions and now move on to the citizens. I would just like to remind the citizens that have been waiting so patiently, because this meeting started at 4 o'clock, so we're 4 hours in so far, and you have 2 minutes, and there is a timer, and you will be cut off and muted after your time. So please try to stay to your time. And again, if someone has said the exact same thoughts and spoke the words that you thought you would, that you were going to speak tonight, you can yield your time and say, I just agree with the person that spoke before me and that. So with that being said, Chris Belcastro, our first speaker, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify someone who had a question about the 3-minute time limit. It does state 3 minutes on our website. However, I did have some other inquiries from the public today asking about the 3-minute time limit. One no, it is customarily 3 minutes. However, it is at the discretion of the chair because of time constraints to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to say something, that the time limit can be reduced to a lower time. So that's why it's being reduced to 2 minutes.
We've done it before when we have more than 50 speakers. We've done it plenty of times in chambers, and we're going to do it this evening. So please think very carefully about what's important to you and what you want to say, and say it in 2 minutes. Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, first speaker, please.
Well, we had our first speaker. It was a Mr. Isaac Klein. I've tried through this entire meeting to find Mr. Klein, either via his phone number or his name, and I cannot find him. I will keep on searching during the meeting. So our second speaker is Sheldon Laskin.
Okay.
Mr. Laskin, are you there?
Yes, I am, and thank you for hearing my testimony tonight in support of County Bill number 7320. It should never be the case that nonviolent offenses, such as selling untaxed cigarettes, passing a counterfeit $20 bill, perhaps inadvertently, or sleeping off a vendor in a fast food takeout lane, ends in the suspect's death at the hands of a police officer. But all too frequently in this country, such encounters end in the violent death of generally unarmed African Americans at the hands of police officers sworn to serve and protect. We are long past the point of blaming these incidents on a few bad apples. Clearly, there is a systemic problem here that requires systemic solutions. Councilman Jones' bill is a modest attempt to institute some of those solutions. As a resident and voter of Baltimore County, I urge the council to pass County Bill number 7320. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Charlene Harvin. I'm going to find her on our list. Bear with me one moment. Ms. Harvin?
Yes, could you unmute me?
Yes, you're unmuted. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, as you said, my name is Charlene Harvin, and I've been a resident of Randallstown for over 30 years. My nephew, Christopher Brown, was killed by off-duty policeman James LaBoyd in Baltimore County 8 years ago. At the time of his death, Chris was 17 years old, and he was attending Randallstown High School. As Julian said, he was in ROTC, he played lacrosse and football. He lived with me, and he was a member of Colonial Baptist Church where he served the Lord as an usher. And on June 13th, when Officer James LaBoyd killed my nephew, he had chased Christopher and some other little boys who were running around the neighborhood, throwing stones at people's front door. And Officer LaBoyd, they did that to him. Chris had just had surgery on his knee, so he couldn't run as fast as the other little boys. So he ran into a bush, and Officer LaBoyd reached into the bush, grabbed him, and laid him on the ground and put him in a chokehold where he eventually died. And the report was died by asphyxiation. So he did not present a risk to Officer LaBoyd. Officer LaBoyd reached in and grabbed Christopher. And Officer LaBoyd was charged with murder. A year later, he was acquitted, and he now still works for Baltimore County Police Department. And I just want you to know that I would like this bill passed. Our family would like this bill passed because if this were illegal 8 years ago, then my nephew would still be with us. He would be able to graduate from high school, go to college, start a career for a family of his own. But now, if this bill is not passed, more people, more families will have to suffer the needless death of their loved ones, and will see this chokehold it was horrible, and it could have been prevented. Because of a chokehold, Christopher is not with us. And yes, he was wrong for throwing that stone, but Officer LaBoyd was dead wrong. Christopher's life mattered to us, just like all Black lives matter. But please don't let Christopher's murder be in vain. Please
Ms. Harvin.
pass this bill.
Your 2 minutes is up. Could you wrap up your time?
I'm finished.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Dave Rose. Mr. Rose?
I just unmuted. I didn't know if you were doing it or I was. I submitted my testimony in writing to you guys earlier this evening because I knew there would be a time crunch, and if I was right. I'm just going to reiterate a couple points, and then I'll take any questions you might have. I agree with State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger that the bill is overly inclusive, unworkable, and unfair for the reasons he stated. But when we talk about uses of force here in Baltimore County, just some interesting stats sitting here listening to it. You know, we have one use of force per day in the entire police department over the last decade. A firearm is used in 0.0009% of all calls for service. That's 96 ten-thousandths of 1%. And we use a firearm in 22 100ths of 1% of all arrests. Use of force is only 1% of all arrests. So we don't have a use of force issue in this county as it would be proposed in some of the conversation here. But when we get into the legislation that is put in here, and Scott talked about it being in great detail and causing problems with officers' ability to do their job, the Supreme Court has a couple cases on this: Tennessee v. Garner, Graham versus Connor, and Richardson v. McGriff. If you talk about Tennessee versus Garner and Connor versus Graham, the Supreme Court explained that the reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment is not capable of a precise definition or mechanical application. The reasonable test requires close attention to the facts in Connor versus Graham. In evaluating excessive force claims, the facts must be examined from the perspective of the officer. For the purposes of the Fourth Amendment objective reasonable standard, the court should not clearly define established law at too high a level, because it has to be objective. You can't cover every situation. You can't plan for every event. So that's why the Supreme Court wrote it that way. And they went on to say in Richardson v. McGriff that officers cannot be expected to engage in protracted analysis of all the information known to them in a rapidly changing circumstance, putting the officer in a position to make an immediate choice. The critical reality is officers often do not even have a moment to ponder many conflicting factors. The reasonableness of the officer's actions must be based on the information possessed at the time the force is employed. So those are kind of the guidelines we go on based on some Supreme Court cases in making policy in the police department. And we have a good use of force policy here in the police department. Everything could use improvement. We are working on that. We are working with the police department and the county executive to review our policies and make sure they're current and up to date with the best training and standards of those in the country. And
Mr. Rose, your
it's
statement.
continual work in progress, but I'll stand for any questions.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Mr. Marks?
Yes, Mr. Rose, do you have any thoughts on retirements from the police force and our ability to recruit new officers?
Well, there's a couple different reasons for retirements in the police department being high this year. There has one to do with it's a year when some people are reaching a certain seniority and pay level where they're going to go. There's also a lot of members see the landscape out there, and with COVID and everything they went through with COVID and the protests and issues going on right now, there are some officers that have just said, you know what, I wanted to stay, but I've busted my you-know-what for this job for 20 years, and if this is the way it's going to be appreciated, then I'm going to go. And a lot of guys are making the choice to do that. And we're going to have between July and August of this year to January of next year, we're going to have a higher number than usual amount of people leaving this job. We've also had about half a dozen or more leave our department to go to other agencies within the state of Maryland, such as Howard County and Harris County.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
question for President Rose.
Uh-huh.
Am I up next? Okay. President Rose, one of the things that troubled me that I think has been touched on this evening, one of the things that troubles me about the bill, not the spirit of the bill, but the details inherent in it. And one of the things is that the definitions that are spelled out in the bill, they seem very vague and very open to interpretation. And one in particular is the term use of force in and of itself. Use of force, I think there's a standard definition, which is the amount of effort required by law enforcement to gain compliance from an unwilling subject. And it seems to me that this bill makes an attempt to change that definition. So if you change the definition of use of force, what does that do to, or what are the potential consequences to an officer in the field? So I'll just leave that as one question for you.
The way this reads to me, when it says, if you're looking at 19.1203A, I guess, correct?
A and B.
Right. It creates the problem of 20/20 hindsight that the Supreme Court said you cannot use in use of force cases. And I refer back to the cases I just had. Maryland law allows an officer to use the force necessary to overcome the force used against the officer based on what a reasonable officer on the scene knew or should have known at the time the force was used. And what the Supreme Court and the standard takes into account there is the size of the officer, the size of the defendant or the suspect, the skills of the officer, the skills of the suspect, the weight, the height, all kinds of different factors are taken into play. The proximity of weapons, the proximity of a roadway, all types of factors are taken into whether the force was reasonable. And to put things like necessary and proportional into there just puts extra hurdles and adds to the confusion that an officer is going to have on the scene, because there's already the reasonable standard that covers all of these guidelines already in the current case law. It also gets into only after all viable alternatives are exhausted or are unavailable as a standard that can't be reached because of the paragraph that I was talking about earlier with hindsight being 20/20. It says exhausted or are unavailable. Well, I could argue as a defense attorney, it wasn't unavailable. They were still there for you, but you just chose not to use them. So it was available. You didn't use it. Therefore, you were in violation of this policy. in evaluating excessive force claims, you have to use the reasonable standard from the perspective of the officer at the time. When you get into, paragraph B, and I know that the county attorney talked about earlier, he brought in the reasonable standard under Graham versus Connor. And you could say that the handcuffing was reasonable under the standard. That's fine. It would be reasonable. Maybe you would not get prosecuted. But the use of the handcuffs under the way this is worded would be considered a use of force. If I have to grab somebody to put handcuffs on, I touch them intentionally, no matter how slight, or indirectly or directly, and I put handcuffs on them. If you ever notice, putting handcuffs on somebody almost always takes some kind of force, unless a person totally submits. Then you still have to put their hands and their arms in position to properly handcuff them. The county's going to see an avalanche of lawsuits from this, in my opinion, and people are going to argue whether or not they should have been handcuffed or not, and we're going to have litigation all over the place on whether someone was handcuffed and they thought they deserved to be or not. So that's my take on those two paragraphs.
Okay, and well, thank you, President Rose. And then one of the other items that I found difficult was the whole chokehold definition that's in this bill. And to me, as someone who grew up as an amateur wrestler from 4 years old to about 22, there are a variety of different holds that I'm aware of. Things like a full Nelson, a half Nelson, a headlock, which could potentially be an officer's only way to get a non-compliant and violent subject under control. Are these, in your opinion, are these considered chokeholds? I mean, I guess, what's a chokehold? And what's the definition? Is there a standard definition? And if there is, I mean, I'd certainly like to know it. And then where do we go? Is what happened to George Floyd a normal procedure in your experience and as president of the FOP? And would this legislation prevent something like that happening?
What happened to George Floyd out there was ridiculous. We all watched it. And, like you, I have been involved in wrestling competitively or coaching since the late 70s and early 80s on a high school level, varsity JV, and Parks and Rec. And we have always been taught where the head goes, the body goes. If you can direct the head to a direction, that's where the body goes, because the head has to move. So when George Floyd, they had the man handcuffed, they had him under control. There were 4 officers there. Get your knee off of his neck and set the guy up, and you can control him. He's cuffed. He's not going anywhere. It's ridiculous. But when you start talking about different chokes, and this gets into language about strangleholds and every other type of hold, there's an air choke and there's a blood choke. That's the 2 kind of chokes, and that's what you're talking about. In amateur wrestling, somebody shoots a takedown on you. You go down and you put a power half Nelson on them to keep them from getting your legs, and so you can get your legs out. It's a technique that's taught to 8-year-olds, now even 4- and 3-year-olds in beginning wrestling, and happens every day in a wrestling room around this country. The same with a half Nelson or a front headlock. Somebody shoots in on your leg, you go around the head, you lock your arms around the armpit, you got the head and the arm there. It's a defensive hold, so you can pull them down to the ground and get behind them to gain control. It's a perfectly harmless move, but in this bill, it would not be. It would be illegal. The same with a throw. You're familiar with any young child in Parks and Recreation wrestling. The head and arm throw is the first throw they use, and I hated teaching it because once they learn it, everybody wants to do it.
That's all they want to do, right?
And they don't want to do anything else. So I get the intent of this, but you're out there struggling in a life and death situation. The way this reads, I can't even use a chokehold to somebody in a life and death situation when they're choking me out. This is a ban on a chokehold, period. So if someone's choking me, I can't choke them back, but I can shoot them. So it doesn't kind of make sense here. And we understand what you're trying to get to in here, but it's a matter of policy, rather than legislation. And it's also training. And you don't learn to do some of these things immediately. And from teaching and coaching wrestling over the years, you do them over and over again, you learn how to do it, and then it becomes natural. But there is a certain aspect to this job where you're in an absolute dogfight. And I've been in a couple of them. And you're grabbing somebody, and you're not intentionally doing it, but you have them around the head, or you have them around the neck, the front or the back. It's just the first reaction when somebody goes to tackle you. You put your arm around their head when you go down to the ground. I wouldn't recommend it as a defensive move, but it's what somebody who doesn't know what they're doing would do. So this paragraph and section has a whole lot of issues that are best dealt with in training rather than legislation.
Okay, thank you for your answers, President Rose.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair?
Oh, did you have a question?
Yes, a question for President Rose.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks for your insights, Dave. And just a question about once you have someone handcuffed, would the things that are in that Councilman Jones identified in the bill, would they then be applicable once your suspect is handcuffed? Then the things that Councilman Jones is describing be applicable? Would that be something that would be acceptable or advisable? Because as you described with George Floyd, he was already in containment with the cuffs, and so the knee on the neck certainly, and then for 9 minutes was certainly excessive at the very least. So I'm just wondering if some of the things Councilman Jones is describing, if it would be applicable once a suspect is cuffed.
I mean, it's obvious that, strikes and blows and batons and uses of tasers, which is the CEW, and pepper spray, chemical restraints, canines, those are all uses of force under our current Baltimore County policy. You can have a person who is handcuffed and is still actively resisting, either kicking, biting, punching, flailing around on the ground. And there are times when they actually have to be controlled by 3 or 4 different officers and picked up and carried to a prisoner transport vehicle or to a police car. And depending on how that is done, that could still be viewed as a use of force. But you're really using it as a control tactic to get the person into a vehicle with the least amount of harm or chance of injury as you possibly can. So would we still have to do a use of force report? Possibly, depending on how that went down. And at that point, you would hope that a supervisor would be on the scene and would be able to direct the officers on how this was going to move forward after we had the suspect on the ground under arrest. The supervisor on scene could say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to call for a transport wagon, or we're going to call for a mobile crisis team to talk to the person and try to calm them down. There's all kinds of different avenues, but it is possible that you could say that a use of force was used on somebody already in handcuffs, but it would be a minimum amount technically because you have to pick them up, or you have to use a come-along technique where you reach under their arm and have their wrist and walk them to the vehicle because, as you might as well know, some people might not want to go into the police transport wagon or the vehicle, and they might need to be walked there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anyone have any more questions or comments for President Rose? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose, for joining us.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Linda Dorsey Walker.
And I'm going to, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm going to ask that you support this bill for a number of reasons. First, let me explain who I am and what my background is. I have worked directly with Scott Schillenberger as we put on 4 different law enforcement training conferences that were held statewide for 300 to 400 law enforcement officers from throughout the state. They were not only coordinated with the Maryland Police and Correctional Officers Training Academy, they also received credits. Officers could earn credits for attending all 4 of the conferences that I attended, that I organized, okay? I'm in the position of knowing what happened in the court. I went to court all 4 days, and I actually saw what happened. Number one, the deputy that Scott Schillenberger praised so much made a decision early on. I'm not going to call, she said, the only eyewitnesses and ear witnesses to the crime. There was an elderly Caucasian couple. They were in their 70s. They live in the community, which is predominantly African American. And she made a decision early on. The only people who are eyewitnesses, I'm not going to call them to come to the trial. In addition, that same nonsense discussion that you just heard about chokeholds, air blows, neck half Nelsons, asphyxiation versus strangulation, et cetera, she allowed to go on for a day and a half instead of getting to the point that this was a 17-year-old boy that was killed not by someone that was in the middle of arresting him, not because it was in the middle of a crime. It wasn't a crime scene. This gentleman was sitting in his house, safe and secure. Someone threw a rock, it wasn't Christopher, at his door. He assumed through mistaken identity that it was Christopher. He pursued this boy for 3 blocks, yanked him out of a bush, and killed him in approximately 2 to 3 minutes. That has nothing to do with all this nonsense you just spent the last 20 minutes discussing. The fact of the matter is his life was not in danger. All that stuff that Chief Hyatt said, let me tell you, I recounted the story to Chief Hyatt back in June. She didn't know anything about it. She said, whether this officer was still on the force, has
Ms. Walker, your time is up.
gotten mental health help? Has he been required to say an apology to the Brown family? None of the above. Instead, she just said, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. So what
Ms.
I'm saying
Walker,
is this. I'm seeing the police force lose points tonight.
Madam Chair,
Next speaker, please.
thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Miller.
Like Councilman Patoka. I have a whole list of arguments in favor of this bill. Point by point, I support it. I think it's a reasonable bill. I think it takes measures that have been passed elsewhere. The sky has not fallen in other places. I have to tell you, I ripped up all those points because as I've been sitting and listening to this, I just have to tell you, I was brought up to believe in justice, and I know the difference between right and wrong. When I watch those videos, and there are many of them, I know what's right and what's wrong, and I feel like I've been listening to a conversation that's trying to convince me that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, and that what I know is wrong is not wrong. I appreciate the executive order that the county executive put together. I appreciate some of the measures that might be taken in the police department, but the bottom line is an executive order is not binding on the next county executive. Reversing a legislative decision is more difficult than reversing an executive order. A higher standard should be in place when constitutional protections are affected, and I think we need a law. There has to be a law. The Fraternal Order of Police is never going to accept oversight and accountability. We know that it's happened across the state, happens across the country. Civilians have to have oversight. I believe this is a reasonable bill. I believe it should be passed. And, I'm just struggling to contain my emotions right now because, frankly, I feel like what I'm hearing now is sophistry. I understand exactly where Linda Dorsey Walker is coming from and what she has to say. And frankly, I think white people have to stand up and say what's real in this situation. So I'm going to stop there because I'm just too angry to go any further.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Darlene Kane. Ms. Kane?
I'm here.
Okay, you may start the testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council, for having me. On behalf of Mothers on the Move, an organization I started in 2008 because I lost my son to a Baltimore City police officer. Because of that, I'm also a member of CJSJ, and I'm here today to represent my friends who also lost their children, been traumatized, who also been going through anxiety because of the loss of our loved ones. And we do hope that we can have officers who can tell when someone's doing something wrong with bad behavior and have protection. And also, I'm here to ask you, please pass this police reform. We deserve so much better as a community. And because of when they don't just escalate, like they stop the quality of life, we end up injured or we end up dead. And because one of the council people, I heard him saying how your life can change, he's correct. If a police life can change in a matter of seconds, so can our lives matter in a matter of seconds. If their life matters, so do our loved one life matters also. All of our lives do matter. And so I'm on here because in Baltimore County, I have so many friends and so many relatives. And I am friends of Christopher Brown's mom, Chris Brown, Corinne Gaines, Gamel Antonio Brown, Otis B. Colvin Jr. I'm also a friend of Maureen Gray Hopkins for her son Gary Gray Hopkins and Archie Ellicott Jr. III. So we're in a club that we never ever wanted to join. But because of that, you know, we use our voice through protests. We use our voices through speeches in a time like right now that you're allowing us to use our voices also. So because of that, I'm had to take up ROPA for trauma training teens and children so that they don't be afraid of the police, so that they'll know what to do when they're stopped by the police. But even when they comply, the problem is sometimes when you comply, you're still going to have a problem. You're still going to have a situation. So we do need more more training on de-escalation. And I listened to the chief, and when she spoke, everyone tell you how excellent the police are doing. You know what? I hear it through their mouth. I hear it and I see it on paper. Let's see it in person in our communities. Let's see that
Thank
happen.
you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Sheila Ruth. Just have to bear with me one moment because I got to scroll through everyone.
Okay.
Ms. Ruth,
Yes, ma'am.
you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here in support of Bill 7320. I think that this is an important bill. And, you know, I respect and appreciate the work that Chief is doing, reforming, you know, the policing in the department. But I think this absolutely needs to be codified into law. Policies can be changed easily. Laws cannot be changed as easily. And Chief Hyatt may be reform-minded. Perhaps the next police chief might not be. And we want to make sure that these important reforms are codified into law. I think that, you know, that Attorney Schellenberger said we don't want to limit what police can do at 2 in the morning. I think we do want to limit what police can do at 2 in the morning. I think that police lives are important. I don't want our police officers at risk, but citizens' lives are important too. And we see too often here locally and around the country where citizens are dead who should not be dead. And we also know that those citizens are disproportionately Black and brown people. So these are really important reforms. And I also want to mention a lot tonight is focused on the use of force portions of the bill, but there are also some other really important portions of the bill focusing on prevention through training, through hiring practices, through intervention with officers who may be at risk. Those are really important things that should happen and should be required by law that can prevent it ever getting to that point. And then, you know, after it happens, when something, God forbid, happens, the duty to intervene is really important. And we saw with George Floyd officers standing by for 8 minutes and 46 seconds doing nothing. They did not intervene. And the whistleblower protections are also important. So that's all I want to say. I'm in support of this bill, and I ask for you to vote favorable for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jessica Clayton.
Am I on?
You're on, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yesterday in my neighborhood, Stoneleigh, a longtime resident, a brown-skinned human being, was stopped and questioned while walking by 6 police officers. He was asked to produce ID and to lift his shirt to show he wasn't carrying a weapon. Do you carry ID when walking your home? Do you have to prove carrying while taking a midday walk? No, you enjoy white privilege. This is not the fault of any specific officer. It's ingrained in our institutions, in our police and justice systems. In 1640, an African indentured servant named John Punch ran away with Dutchmen and Scotmen. When captured, the whites were given 4 additional years of servitude as punishment, and Punch was given perpetual servitude for the rest of his life. This codified race in the justice system. It continued with a long history of over-policing and penalizing people of color. There are so many studies and statistics that prove this racial disparity. I assume here that all of our eyes are open to the reality of discrimination. And it's 2020, and we know this is unjust. We know we can do better. Honorable members of the police force want to do better, and they need the tools to do so. This bill provides those tools. Let's get started on change now and make changes that just and humane police officers should agree with. Add trained civilian participation to the police review board. Provide whistleblower protection. Prohibit excessive violence like chokeholds, like so many other places have, and train officers in de-escalation techniques. These things help not just the public, they help the police force as well. This bill gives police officers more tools and trainings to de-escalate situations. It gives them more skills and freedom to be peace officers, as we have to believe they want to be. James Baldwin famously said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." Our distant and our recent past and our present show us that we need to make changes, both for justice and for our very humanity. Please support the Baltimore County Police Reform Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bill Castro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is George White.
Me?
Mr. White?
Oh, yes. Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and council folks. My name is George White, and I'd just like to say, as an African American, I'm emotionally tired every day that I go out, because you always read or see about incidents that happens on the state, around the country, and it sort of puts you in emotional pain. I'm calling in support of Councilman Jones' bill, and I ask that we make the changes where they need to be, because without change, and change sometimes hurts, but it has to hurt. And these dialogues that we're having as we speak is what helps us come together, and change will happen. But we have to speak our truth, which the truth is, as a black person, we are afraid. As a black man, I'm afraid. It's almost like after it gets dark at night, you don't want to go out, because you're afraid of what may happen. And the way things have happened in the past, there's a high opportunity that they may have in the future. So I ask that you support this bill to its fullest, and as we continue to work things out in a way that's pleasing to all of us. But support the bill to the best that you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Next speaker, please.
Jordan Harberger. Mr. Harberger?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin.
My name is Jordan Harberger. I live in Owings Mills in the 4th District. And I thank you, Madam Chair and council members, for the opportunity to speak. I was very pleased to read County Executive Johnny Olszewski and Chief Hyatt's June 12th announcement of the steps they plan to improve Baltimore County police accountability, and equitable policing. Clearly, there is a need to make these steps in our county. I see Councilman Julian Jones' Bill 7320 as a codification into law of a number of County Executive Olszewski's June 12th announced steps. By passing this bill, or something that achieves its goals, will make clear that the necessary steps will be taken to assure the intended accountability for equitable policing in the county. Further, you'll assure that compliance is neither voluntary nor that it can be waived by subsequent administrations. I want a bill that will train police officers in de-escalation techniques, prohibit chokeholds, or any way of, rather, blocking my ability to survive, make ineligible for service as Baltimore police officers those persons who've shown or who show themselves to be non-compliant with the department's equitable policing standards, require the police officers intervene and report when or if they witness another police officer using unnecessary excessive force. Then the investigation can be conducted. Require that police officers render or call medical aid when needed. Require collection, analysis, publication, and display of certain data to federal and state databases and therefore to the public, and require appointment of members of the public by this council to any Baltimore Police Conduct Hearing Board. I call on all the members of this council and County Executive Olszewski to work together with Councilman Jones to present a bill that puts in law all of these things to protect me, my fellow citizens, from feeling danger from the police.
Mr. Hallberger, please finish your sentence. Your time is up.
That was the end of my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker was Nisha McCoy. Unfortunately, I don't know if she just didn't stay on. She is not on here anymore, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And I hope I'm not going to pronounce their name correctly. Sachin Heber, and let me unmute them. Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Sachin Hebar, and I'm here to speak in favor of Police Reform Bill 7320. I think no one can deny right now that policing in this country is broken. And we have had 9 protests right here only in Councilmanic District 3. Just Councilmanic District 3 in the last 1 month. So, people clearly don't think that policing is working. I heard Police Chief Hyatt talk about standards, best practices, and all of that, and then there was this whole word salad. Well, the best practices are really not best practices. I mean, people don't have any faith in them, right? And then I'm sitting here in disbelief, and I see that the Chief Hyatt did not even have an honest conversation with Councilman Jones, right? And Councilman Jones has power, and we are expected to believe that this police chief will go and have an honest conversation with the community. Is that really possible? I am not drinking that Kool-Aid, So I think something needs to change, and the change can't come fast enough. And then I heard Scott Schellenberger say that we don't do it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing this. We don't do it to any other profession. Well, we don't allow any other profession, people who practice any other profession to take somebody's life. So yes, police need to be held to higher standards. And then the checks and balances that Scott Schellenberger mentioned, they are clearly not working in our favor, and police are just going out there and murdering people, and they are let go free. How is that possible? So really things need to change, and we need to start codifying something. And I believe that Bill 7320 is the first step. And I urge everybody to pass this bill, because if you want people from all communities to have faith in police, then this is something that we really need to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Diana Bergman. Ms. Bergman?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I wanna talk to something that I woke up to this morning. I woke up this morning, vehicles, not counting the transportation vehicle, on my street like a military tactic in my neighborhood over a domestic dispute. Prior to the situation we're currently in, usually a situation and a call like that would only have 2 police officers. But to see this convoy of police vehicles on my street to arrest 2 parents and not a single attempt for the crisis team to be contacted, and a child that was left in a room without a single police officer checking the welfare of that child, is not community friendly. It's not engaging my community. On top of that, a couple weeks ago, we also had heavy police presence in the neighborhood during the times of grab-and-go meals. It decreased the amount of families with children going to grab-and-go meals. So, we have an outreach officer. That outreach officer sends me about bags being stolen, the airbags being stolen, but nothing about this heavy police presence in my community. Nothing about community engagement and outreach. So we need to turn around and stop talking about what we don't like and start talking about solutions to resolve and provide community engagement with our police department that's proactive and not. We shouldn't look like a military convoy of police officers out on my street. And this is coming from a parent, and I'm married to a soldier, 17 years. It shouldn't look like this. And that child should have been checked on and should have access to help. So I'm very thankful, Councilman Julian Jones, for doing what you're doing. I really do appreciate it. So that's all I have to say. I'm just disappointed the chief is not on this call. But I better hear something back from my councilman and from my local police precinct. Why do we have police officers coming into the neighborhood showing such force of having over 10 vehicles sometimes on our street?
Diane, I hate to interrupt you, but your time is up. I do just want to say that the chief was on this call for 6 hours before she had to go.
Okay, but I want to get a call from somebody because we got to do better because we can do better.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, was Robbie Leonard. Mr. Leonard doesn't appear to be on the WebEx meeting, so I'm going to move on to our next speaker.
Okay.
And that would be Sanjay Sharma. Sanjay, are you there? Hello? Are you there? Hello? Madam Chair, I don't know if they're having technical difficulties. I'll try one more time.
Okay.
Are you there? Hello? I'll hold out and I'll move on to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be Larry Gibson. Mr. Gibson, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The council has my written statement where I support the bill, but I propose an amendment dealing with another police practice that is far too common, and that is forcing citizens to lay face down on the ground while being arrested. Police call this the takedown, and this uncontrolled use is causing harm to citizens, police, and their relationships. Unnecessarily forcing men, women, and children to lay on the ground is dehumanizing, usually unnecessary, and medically dangerous. There are many people who cannot lay on their stomachs without great discomfort, even in their beds, much less on the street. Some of the medical conditions are breathing difficulties, obesity, heart conditions, muscle tightness, and other injuries that make this practice could cause harm. And often, usually, the police officer may not even know that they're causing injury to the person. It must be remembered that the person might not have committed any offense and might very well be very afraid of the police. It may be the person's first encounter with the police. Forcing persons to the ground often also unnecessarily escalates the encounter into a physical struggle when the frightened citizen panics, and then the police officer tries to force immediate compliance. We get this perfect storm: frightened citizen and impatient police officer. And we've seen videos, too many videos of these type of occurrences. Finally, being held down on the ground and treated like an animal is dehumanizing and can also cause a person serious trauma and emotional damage. I mean, there may be limited circumstances, and I've given you suggested language as an amendment to the bill to deal with that, and that's in my written statement. My final point is that the testimony or the statement by Counsel State's Attorney Schellenberger, without intentionally doing so, explained why the legislation is needed. If he had this legislation, he perhaps would have won those two cases of unjustifiable police killings that he prosecuted. And so I urge a passage of this bill, but I also urge this additional language, and I'll just quickly read it, and it would be on page 5, line 13, adding a section C that would say, quote, "A police officer may require or force a person to lay prone on the ground only when it is objectively reasonable, necessary, and proportional to obtain compliance with lawful commands or resolve a conflict. The officer must consider any knowledge or lack of knowledge about the person's medical or physical condition." I'm suggesting that be added to the legislation.
Time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, if you're still there, can you give us your background real fast?
Yes, I'm a law professor, and I've been a law professor for 48 years, 45 at the University of Maryland Law School. I did take a couple times sort of leaves from the school, and one was in the administration of President Jimmy Carter. There I was the Associate Deputy Attorney General of the United States, and my areas of responsibility included supervision of the U.S. Marshal Service, the Bureau of Prisons, and the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration. And I also am delighted, I had not expected this, to know so many members of the council and the legal staff who are participating. I guess it just means that I'm old.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. I recognize your name and just wanted to let everybody know who you were. Thank you, sir.
If I may, Madam Chair.
It's good to see you, Professor Gibson.
He was my Evans professor at law school. Good to hear you, Professor.
Oh, yeah. How you doing? Because we're real proud of you, brother.
There you
He's
go.
also the president. I point out that he's the president of the Law School's Alumni Association. So he raises money, so that's how I get a raise.
Okay, now, next speaker, please.
Take care, Professor Gibson.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Nelson. Ms. Nelson?
Okay.
Oh. I'm out. Yep, you're there.
Hi. I want to speak tonight about the gang initiative PowerPoint presentation that was produced by the Baltimore County Police and taken to the neighborhood community associations. They had photographs of criminals in the detention center and also of tattoos. But I counted 51 slides, and they were all brown, black, and red people. Out of Baltimore County Detention Center, there wasn't a single white person. Now, the gentleman that fired the shot in Charlottesville, Virginia, was a Klansman from the east side of Baltimore County. So the whole nation knows that we have a gentleman that's been detained and that is a white person. I think that that was racial. It was propaganda. It scared one of the ladies that was there so bad. She said, I can't go to the store. I got to go home and change my blue shirt before I can go to the store because somebody might see me, a gang member, because now we can't wear blue or red. I've never seen anything so disgusting. And I asked the lady there, Detective Evelyn, if she would go through the slides to make sure my math was correct. 51 slides is what I counted. She said she had to hurry up because she had to go all around the Beltway, sharing that gang initiative. Now, this was produced by Baltimore County Police, and I think that was just so wrong. I ran for office as a murder witness and was able to pass the witness protection law known as the SHIELD law. I spent 3 years trying to protect people, and I was able to stop the drive-by killings of murder of witnesses. They were putting names and addresses on charging documents and giving them to the killer sitting in jail. And they were exchanging them. They were trading them. You kill my witness, I'll kill your witness. Well, I took a stand as a pissed-off citizen. And I tell you, that really pissed me off. So I leave the community center, and I had a policeman follow me home. Now, when the policeman followed me home, he pulled his gun on me, threatened to kill my dog, aimed it at my neighbor. I want to compliment, and I probably owe my life to Officer Ruth, who stood and told him he had no right in my neighborhood because he was driving a number 8 car, and that he would arrest him if he didn't leave. Now, that was such a blessing to me, and I support Councilman bill here. It needs to be passed because what Officer Ruth did for me, all of Baltimore County officers need to do for our residents to protect our residents.
Your time is up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please. Was I on mute? Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry, I was on mute and did not realize it. My apologies. Our next speaker was Joshua Mahumza, who is not on here, so I'm going to move on to Jasmine Richards.
Recognize.
Madam Chair, I did not realize I had myself muted.
Okay.
Ms. Richardson is on, however, I don't know how she's on here because I cannot unmute her, so I'm going to move on to the next person.
Okay.
And that would be Solomon Jones.
Any relation, Julian? Solomon Jones?
Mr. Jones?
Yes. Madam
You may
Chairman,
begin your testimony.
I just want to say I support the bill, and I would like to see it focus more on implicit bias training, and more limits on qualified immunity for police officers. And I think that everybody who is not in favor of at least banning chokeholds as a start is not going in the right direction of the rest of the world. So, like, that's all I have to say, and I yield my time back to the chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Justin Gallardo. It looks like Mr. Gallardo is no longer on the WebEx event. I'm going to move on to Larry Bannerman. Mr. Bannerman?
Yep, I'm here.
May I begin your testimony?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Hello, council people. All of these industries said everything's working fine, no need for tanks. Airline industry. Penal Reef Island happened, 587 people died. Airline industry changed. Road industry. Railroad derailed right here in Rosedale. The entire railroad industry changed. Exxon Valdez, shipping industry, the entire shipping industry changed. Any industry that says we don't need to change, we'll fix it ourselves, has a problem. I worked 45 years in high voltage maintenance, and the incident that changed my life 2 years before I retired, a traveling operator was ordered to go into a 34,000 volt switchgear. He told his supervisor, it doesn't look safe. Supervisor says, get your butt in there, I'm in charge. The neighbors heard him screaming, and they called for help. It was too late. What happens during an arc flash from 34,000 volts, ask the firefighter what an arc flash is, they'll be happy to explain it to you, is that energy from that flash goes through your outer layer of clothes and sets your underwear on fire. You start burning from the inside out. My closest friend had to go into that switchgear and clean it up, and he said he had never smelled burnt flesh before. 2 weeks after that incident, all of us were ordered by the company to send anonymously any other incidents where we thought we were pressured into doing something unsafe. Well, thousands of letters came in up to supervision. Our supervisors told us, well, if we have to make the jobs that safe, nothing will ever get done. Guess what? After everybody sent their letters in, incidents and accidents took a nosedive. They went in the opposite direction. Do the same thing with these officers. Let them anonymously tell you what's wrong, and I guarantee you, you'll be surprised by what you hear. I support Bill 73-20. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, I understand that I'm going to try Ms. Richardson again. However, she doesn't have a microphone. I'm not quite sure what's going on with her signing in. I can't even unmute her because she does not have a microphone next to her name. I'm clicking on it, but it doesn't allow me to unmute her. I'm not sure how she's on, but I will keep on coming back to her.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Sharita Morrison.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I'm going to do my best to make this under 2 minutes. I am a resident of Baltimore County. I have been since 2007, leaving Baltimore City looking for a safer place for myself and my sons. For 20 years, I've served youth and young adults and their families throughout the state of Maryland in a number of capacities, in and including working for Baltimore County. There are some amazing police officers in Baltimore County. I've had some come to my home, some do some really pretty great things for my family and I, for some small reasons. However, since my residency in this county, in serving youth and being a resident and a mother, I have had experiences that were unpleasant. One I'll share, I had my son here earlier because I wanted him to tell you himself. My son had the police called on him about a stolen bike wheel in his, that he ended up in possession with. The neighbor said to me, oh, I just called the police to scare him. I was perfectly fine with that. But when the police officer showed up, he said to my son and several other children that if you took it from my garage, I would have shot you all. That was the response from your Baltimore County police officers. In another instance, I was picking my son up from a game. Now, fast forward, my son's in high school. My son and his friends all stand over 6 feet tall, all of them. So they're at least 6'3" to 6'5", and these kids range between 14 and 18 years of age. These young men were after a basketball game standing at a gas station with me, and two very young police officers asked them what they were doing. We're at the pump of a Shell gas station near Woodlawn High School. And the police officer said, well, why does it take all of you all to stand outside of your car to pump gas? And I asked him, if I was a white family, would you ask the same thing? I have boys who are over 6 feet tall standing outside of my car to pump gas, and I'm being questioned, or they're being questioned. And the question I raise is, if I was not standing there, if then the county executive, who was Kevin Kamenetz, was not someone who was one of my bosses, what would have been the response from those officers to my sons? The idea that we were questioned, and the one thing that I want to share, and I know my time is coming close, is I'm concerned about the fact that the police chief is not here. I respect the idea that we have a woman police chief. I love the fact that she's in place, but the constituents are speaking. And I know we've said several times to Councilman Jones, he's passionate, but I believe that all of us should be passionate about what's happening with our future, and that's our children and the young people here. All crimes are not violent. And the force that I've seen, even in 2020, with a 76-year-old woman being thrown to the ground is excessive, and it's an abuse of power. I think for those officers, there needs to be more done, and I stand firm in my agreement for this bill 7320.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, I believe Ms. Richardson is on here properly now. I can actually see her microphone. So, Ms. Richardson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak to all those on the council. Thank you so much, Councilman Jones, for proposing this bill, which I fully 100% support, Bill 7320. I just wanted to share that I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer. I've lived in Baltimore County for most of my life. Went to the public schools here back when the only time a cop was there was for the DARE program. Came back to Woodlawn High and hosted a camp for kids, boys in particular, 8 to 18, and talked to one of the many cops that I know about coming to talk to our boys to have the talk about how to survive an encounter with the police. Now, I know you all know about this talk. You know that brown and black mothers and fathers have to have this talk with their kids. They're not having this talk because of a few bad apples. They're having this talk because of systematic problems. And we know the problems. It's grievous to me when I hear people say things like bad apples, or I hear people say things like, oh, well, I know there's talk about something being done at the state level. What impacts us the most is local. We have the opportunity to do something now. As Martin Luther King talked about the urgency of now, he also said for us not to be tranquilized by the drug of gradualism. The people are speaking. There is a problem. We are afraid. There are some great cops, but that doesn't change the fact that there's a problem. And so we're asking you, those who have the power, who are elected to represent us, to use your power to help us and pass this bill. I will say that the talk that I asked the police officers to have was with Chris Brown. He was one of my campers. He was the sweetest little boy in the world. And he was murdered for no reason. And that has changed all of our lives. And if there was a video of that 17-year-old sweet boy being murdered, then maybe Baltimore County would not have to have us on the phone for 5 hours to beg for a police reform bill. But because George Floyd's murder was on video, the world is protesting, and they're protesting for laws to change. And you can't change all the laws, but you can pass this law. And so we will remember how you decide on this bill. I have spent the last days trying to get everybody to get on this phone to ask you to pass this bill. I have stayed on this phone for 5.5 hours because it means that much to me, because I have cops in my family and they're good people. That doesn't change the fact that there are people who are afraid of the cops for good reason, and this bill is important. And I'm one of those people who have been stopped by a cop and terrorized and afraid for my life for no reason because he felt like scanning my tags. And I was waiting for brain surgery. and he was shaking with rage because he was having a bad day. And all I was wondering was I going to get home? So I just want you to think about this. I know there's policies and there's people with good intentions. The laws are how society change, and we need you to change the laws. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Claire Landers.
County, and I'm co-chair of the
Ms. Landers?
Yeah.
I just unmuted you. You may begin.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Thank you, council members. Hi, I'm Claire Landers. I'm a resident of Baltimore County, and I'm co-chair of the Baltimore Leadership Council of Jews United for Justice, JUFJ. JUFJ organizes Jews in DC and across Maryland to fight for racial, economic, and social justice. We have more than 700 members in Baltimore County, and we're growing. I'm here to ask that you support County Bill 7320. We can no longer accept the status quo in our county around internal police culture and the blue wall of silence. It's clear it's time to make changes in how the system holds problem officers accountable. Random sampling body camera footage with the hope of finding a problem, as Prosecutor Schellenberger mentioned, is simply not adequate in getting a full picture about what is happening 24/7 as officers patrol in our neighborhoods and interact with citizens. It doesn't matter if 1,000 calls go well, if it is you or your child who is one of 1,000 who is unarmed, in mental distress, and is unnecessarily hurt or ends up dead. In 2020, any fair-minded county resident should be able to expect that a county police officer who witnesses a fellow officer violating policy and committing misconduct we would hope would intervene to stop the violating officers and report misconduct. But we know the proverbial blue wall of silence among officers is real, and that officers remain reluctant to actively intervene and report about misconduct by other officers. This bill is reasonable and responsible in requiring that county police officers who have the same training and work under the same conditions as every other officer will be obligated to intervene and report officer violations and misconduct to their supervisors. That's why this bill's whistleblower protections are urgently needed. The bill supports and protects those individual officers when they do step up and do the right thing to address colleagues who are so-called bad apples. Those problem officers whose misconduct and violations of their own department's training and policies undermine public trust in the integrity of the entire Baltimore County police force. Perhaps the most critical component in the bill is the first step in actual public accountability. BCPD is a taxpayer-funded agency with public employees who are granted unique power over any citizen they want to stop and detain, a power they have that is reinforced by deadly weapons. This bill appropriately puts in place some public oversight by appointing 2 trained members of the public onto the disciplinary hearing boards that are deciding what action to take around an individual officer who's been accused of misconduct. It ought to be assured that all county officers will do the right thing when they work in a department that has a system in place with the mechanisms to hold them accountable when they do the wrong thing.
Ms. Landers, your time is up.
Okay, thank you, and I hope you'll pass 7320. Good night.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Justin Gallardo. Mr. Gallardo? Let me try one more time. Mr. Gallardo? Mr. Gallardo, are you there? Mr. Gallardo? Madam Chair, he must be still having technical difficulties. He was a previous speaker that we had. I'm going to move on.
Yep.
Our next After that would be Karen Song.
Hello. Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I come to you as a citizen of Baltimore County, a mother of 2 Black children, and a physician. And it's been a long evening. I'll try to keep my remarks concise, but it was important for me to be present to testify with regard to this bill because I think it is an important first step in what should be a process of revamping and tweaking a system that, although there are appropriate policies in place, unfortunately, we have a system in which these policies are not being adhered to, and unfortunately, because of loopholes, officers who violate these policies are not being held accountable. So I read the bill critically. I have no legal background, but my suggested tweaks to the bill would be as follows, in no particular order of importance, but perhaps in order of as they appear in the bill. So my first concern was with regard to Section 19.1201 for police officers. I have an issue with the fact that there's an exception, there's an exclusion that's present that allows for an officer that's been terminated or resigned in the face of disciplinary action where the police chief has the discretion to reverse or to allow this officer to be hired in a different district, county, or state. I have an issue with that simply because it does not provide for specific, first of all, I don't think it should be in there, but if it does need to stay in, I think that there needs to be very specific parameters specified, that the police chief can adhere to. And this is meant to protect, I believe, whistleblower officers who perhaps may have been unfairly terminated for speaking up or, doing the right thing. So I think there should be specific parameters set for those rare exceptions where an officer may have been terminated or resigned or transferred for him to be rehired elsewhere, him or her. The next is in Section 19-1-205 with the early intervention system. While I appreciate its spirit, I don't see any specific parameters for the number of times that an officer violates the policies as they exist with regard to when corrective action should be taken. Will an officer be permitted to have 3 violations before he's reprimanded or terminated? I think there needs to be greater specificity here, whereby if an officer has, 3 complaints or 3 sustained complaints, for example, of excessive force, that officer be, either suspended or, some sort of corrective action be taken, and that be specified to a greater extent within this bill.
Ms. Song?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but your 2 minutes were up a few seconds ago. If you could wrap up the comments.
Yes, thank you. And just, basically, I am in support of this bill. I do think that the spirit is good, but I do think that there needs to be greater specificity with regard to, disciplinary or corrective action, as I mentioned, for officers who fall out of line with existing policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, again, we're going to try Mr. Gallardo one more time. He's on here again. I see he logged off and logged back on. Mr. Gallardo?
He's trying.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. So first, I just want to say that I first heard about all this going on was through an article in the Dundalk Eagle, and I was extremely disappointed that a member of the county council came out against any kind of reforms. But clearly this discussion tonight shows otherwise, as there have been multiple incidents in this county, and I really thank Councilman Jones for just the amazing work he put into this. This is not a heat of the moment reaction. This is not about making the job harder. This is an issue of police corruption and brutality. It dates back decades. And I honestly don't know who would be against a chokehold ban, because that sounds kind of sadistic. But there's plenty of work about this issue and its impact on American society. We're living it. I encourage, to check out the news, but I also encourage you to watch movies like, gangs of New York or shows like Boardwalk Empire, The Shawshank Redemption, Widows, to just be enlightened on this subject matter. It's amazing that we have two competing slogans in this country when one is about recognizing decades or really centuries of disenfranchisement, while the other is about defending a very corrupt status quo. I am a taxpayer and citizen, and I expect the institution that's supposed to keep us safe to actually do it. So I ask for unanimous approval of this bill and to just keep moving the subject matter forward. That's all.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Iman Imran. And let me find. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Iman Imran, and on behalf of the Maryland Office of the Council on American Islamic Relations, I thank the Baltimore County Council for this opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 73-20, introduced by Councilman Julian Jones. CARE is the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, and it is dedicated to protecting civil rights, promoting justice, empowering American Muslims, and enhancing the understanding of Islam. I am also here representing thousands of Muslims of all races and backgrounds in Baltimore County. Amidst a national awakening after George Floyd's murder on May 25th in Minneapolis, Minnesota, CARE supports the call for Baltimore County to take police reform and accountability seriously in order to improve public safety for every resident of this county and to help repair relationships between law enforcement agencies and the communities that they serve. Unfortunately, there have been too many incidents in the greater Baltimore region and around the country involving misconduct by police officers. Increasing accountability for officers helps them fulfill the oath that they took upon becoming an officer, the oath to protect and serve. Banning the use of chokeholds, introducing a duty to intervene, mandating de-escalation training, and ensuring that civilians are able to serve on trial boards will help create a more transparent, accountable, and restorative approach to crime and justice, rather than relying on a broken and biased system. These changes are necessary for Baltimore County to truly be a safe and inclusive place for all of its residents. Our community's collective well-being must be our collective priority. As elected officials, you have the ability to ensure the safety of your constituents and uphold the trust placed within you to serve their needs. And we urge a favorable report on 73-20, and once again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Yes.
For the speaker. Do you work with my friend Iman Awad?
We have met before, yes. We worked on a couple projects.
Okay. Iman is top notch, and if you see her, tell her I said hello.
I will.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Will Clare. Mr. Clare?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if the chairwoman laughs, texts, and leaves the room throughout this testimony as she has the rest. This bill is ridden with loopholes. Page 5, lines 16 through 20 intends to limit the use of force by officers, but uses the specific language of after viable alternatives have been exhausted or are unavailable. The unavailable and exhausted descriptors are exactly the kind of wiggle room that explicitly directs the officers to use their discretion to judge the necessary use of force and whether or not they should attempt de-escalation techniques. When the officer's discretion is already to kill unarmed citizens and plant guns on them, this language directly protects the officers from being held accountable for their actions because they have this legal backing to their discretion or lack thereof. Page 6, lines 10 and 11 say avoidance of physical confrontation unless immediately necessary, which again is the same loophole language used in the previous section. Page 6, lines 12 through 14 says calling for additional resources such as a crisis intervention team. This would not have saved Jamal Taylor from being extrajudicially killed in my small town last year by our local police because the officer who killed Mr. Taylor was the crisis intervention officer. Officer Bricado has shot people unjustly and still patrols the streets of my small town. He's not the only one. There were other officers with him who filled Mr. Taylor's body with a barrage of bullets without ever attempting an arrest or less than lethal takedown. Responding in this mental health capacity in 2010, Officer Bricado shot Henry Harris because the man knocked on the driver window of his squad car. Officer Bricado is a danger to our community, and this bill protects specifically him by pushing responsibility for use of force onto this known killer. We do not know Officer Bricado's first name because Baltimore County Police are not required to release any such information and therefore will not do so. This bill does not address this loophole either. Page 7 requires police to report their own use of force and misconduct. The police have shown that they will not hold themselves accountable without civilian oversight. Chief Hyatt made this very clear as well earlier. In its current state, this section would not have saved a single life lost to Baltimore County Police in the last 5 years. It would not have stopped police beating a man to death, resuscitating him, and then injecting him with a lethal dose of sedative on his lawn in front of his family. His name was Taewon Boyd. It would not have stopped the Baltimore County Police from coordinating with Facebook and Instagram to delete live streams of the illegal raid that they were attempting on Corinne Gaines that ended in her death before the very eyes of her baby Cody, who was also shot by Baltimore County Police. It wouldn't have stopped the police from escaping accountability for the killing of Eric Sopp, who was getting out of his car with his hands up, all captured on newly released body cam video. What we need is civilian oversight of the police. We need something that resembles CPAC, like activists in Chicago have been demanding for years to solve this very issue. Both the state's attorney and Chief Hyatt have no interest in holding police accountable and do not mind citizens dying at the hands of police. This council must tighten these loopholes and pass constructive police reform. It's interesting how Chief Hyatt and FOP President Rose could talk long past their 2 minutes. Black Lives Matter, I yield my time.
And sir, just because my camera's off doesn't mean I've left the room.
No, but you did leave the room on camera many times.
No, I didn't, sir. I'm right here in my little space where I live.
In this moment you are, but you've left the room multiple times on
Sir,
camera.
I've not left the room.
Okay. I mean, there's probably a recording somewhere. I can email it to you.
My very small space where I live. I have not left the room, but my camera has been off. I've been up and down, but I haven't left the room. I've listened to every testimony, sir, and thank you for yours. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Jessica Krasnick.
Hello?
Ms. Krasnick?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Jessica Krasnick, and I am a citizen of the 6th District, a mom, and a public school teacher, and I'm here to speak in favor of Councilmember Jones's police reform bill. Chair Bevins, you said you appreciate how important this topic is to Councilmember Jones, and many of your council members said some of the same. This should also be equally as important to all of you, all of the council members. There has been a question about how, if this bill is passed, an officer will take an extra few seconds when making decisions to think about if this is in compliance. However, Mr. Rose made a great point when he said that it is a matter of training. If we pass this bill, officers will know how to do this because of their training. Chair Bevins, you also said you chose Chief Hyatt for her speaking of de-escalation and community policing. This bill would help her achieve these qualities, which we all want to see in our Baltimore County Police Department, by codifying these standards. Councilmember Crandall mentioned that 99% of arrests are done peacefully. 1% is still significant, and this 1% results in deaths. As we speak about in the current COVID times, one death is one too many. I urge all of you to vote in favor of this bill, especially my council representative, Kathy Bevins. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Marlene McBride.
Good evening.
Ms. McBride?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman and council members. I stayed on because I'm really glad to be here and to be a part of this and to hear all the testimonies. I agree totally with all my predecessors who approve of this Bill 7320. I am the paternal grandmother of Corinne Gaines. I was there when they used the excessive force, and really I think they should include, like the woman said earlier about 8 police cars coming. Those policemen filled the entire parking lot. They sent out snipers for Corinne, and that was at her apartment. She was at home. They went to her home, not for her. They went for her boyfriend in the first place. Then they went to Carriage Hills Management and got the key and forced themselves in. They need de-escalation training. I agree. I hope that Schellenberger and Chief Hyatt get this recording so they can hear all that was said. I agree totally with everything. Julian, Councilman Jones, you are my champion, but it still makes my skin cringe when you praise this Baltimore County Police Department, because I can say that I have been a resident and a homeowner for 20 years, and the whole time of my employment at Social Security, 33 years, I was a donator. I was a patron to the Federal Order of Police. I have contributed thousands to the foundation for the policemen's families who were killed. But the way they conspired against my granddaughter, it started with the traffic stop. And if Schellenberger said that he looked at anything, he would have seen how it started there. They didn't like the way she talked to them. On the day that they murdered her, they took down her Facebook. And do you hear that she was not a criminal? She wasn't charged. It was for traffic court, failing to appear at traffic court. They had terrorized her children at the traffic stop. When I got there, they had too many. I mean, what do you need 20 police cars surrounding this one person? They had her on her knees. They locked her up overnight. She lost her baby. She was pregnant.
Ms. McBride?
They fabricated, they took down all her communications, Facebook, and then fabricated the news. When Schellenberger came, I did not know he was coming up to Randallstown, but when he did come, Julian, he was armed with lies.
Ms. McBride?
Please put that all together. I hope that this bill passed. It does. I agree with everyone. There are some things that need to be changed. I look at it as an evolving law, but they should be trained in the de-escalation. How are you de-escalating going to someone's house without a search warrant? You're going to get the keys, force your way into their home. You're going to use assault weapons.
Ms. McBride?
And her baby. I hope that this is passed, and I thank everyone who spoke tonight in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Terry Seats Parrish. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. I feel like I just won bingo because my name was called. Thank everybody. I thank everybody for staying on. I really do. My name is Terry Seats Parrish. I live in Timonium, and I'm speaking as a person with a disability and a disability advocate in support of the reform, in support from the perspective of someone with a disability. When I looked at the components of the bill, I came away with one word, and that was safety. Members of the disability community often don't feel safe. Sadly, this is when they are encountering police or first responders or crisis workers who typically don't have the training to know how to uniquely approach and assess a situation involving a person with a disability in a crisis. I feel very reassured and happy that de-escalation training is going to be a model, one of the modules in the police reform legislation. I do think that 95 to probably 98% of police are good and are there for the right reason. However, a few times, one of the incidents I mentioned in my testimony was that in Frederick in 2013, there was a young man that was in a movie theater and he wanted to stay to watch the movie again. When he didn't leave, his aide went to get the car to come closer, and by the time his aide got back, unfortunately, I think it was misinterpreted, his resistance in not wanting to leave. They didn't understand that a 26-year-old man with Down syndrome had to be addressed a little bit differently. Unfortunately, the police came, handcuffed him. He was put on the ground face first and did die of asphyxiation. Unfortunately, in Baltimore County, a similar situation happened. In Parkton in November of 2019, a mom whose son was an adult and had probably a mental illness and wasn't on his medication, had left the house. I think she thought he was going to be a threat. She called the police. They were able to catch up with him on 83 South, and unfortunately, they did not know how to de-escalate. Also, it ended up in a shooting death. On a positive note, I think our governor is doing a great job in protecting us, keeping us safe from COVID. He's being very proactive. He's giving us direction and things to do. I believe we need to be proactive also in supporting a positive reform, not only to keep the citizens safe, but to keep the police safe. So my last thought is, I hope we're not being reactive anymore, and I hope we can be more proactive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you for all you do for the Commission for Disabilities.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, is Angela McLean. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and the members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Angela McLean, and I thank you for your opportunity to testify in support of Public Law 7320 from Councilman Julian Jones. I have to note is that it is unacceptable that Chief Hyatt is completely absent for this work session dialogue. Her absence is a deep chasm in this process. I am a lifelong Baltimore County resident, and our family is dedicated to this community as we serve on several local boards, including the Men's Westside Shelter and the Children's Home. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge and give incredible praise to our local enforcement providers. For years, our family has celebrated holidays and local recognition support drives to support and praise the millions of good works our police and fire and rescue workers have provided for our community. We are very grateful that our community continues to work together for peace and prosperity. Let me just go through and personally acknowledge Sergeant Jamie Connors that has been so instrumental in our local community when we did our youth movement for Black Lives Matter. Police are our peaceful praise and part of our community, and that's what we want. This today, as an active participant, I'm asking you to understand two things. This is a police reform bill, and no way to defund the police or an attempt. We all stop at stop signs. This is a stop sign that we've got here. We realize they all help us to keep us safe. That's what this bill is. It is our stop sign to keep all responders and community citizens safe. Let me be clear. I'm standing here today not to cast blame, but to step forward in supporting our local responders. This bill has to be voted for as a first step into our community engagement and prosperity for peace. I encourage all of our council persons, and including Chief Hyatt, who chose not to continue to attend this meeting, to review the best practices and evidence-based data of 8 Can't Wait that this is based on, the documentary 13th, and read the book Just Mercy. We are in part of a very social justice, expansive racism, and it is intolerable that we as a dialogue and a community cannot understand that we must step forward. It is unacceptable. I encourage you, secondly, understand we must recognize white privilege. This can't be a political issue, as this is a humanitarian issue. For those of you elected officials, and that is my district, Tom Quirk, I need you to be understanding of the fact that we are all here in this together, and we need to realize the data that we continue to ask for from the CE has not been provided. Tom Quirk's office has asked for data in terms of racial disparity and the brutality, and also Kingsville reporters and myself. They have not been transparent, and nor did Chief Hyatt provide any of the disclosures that she was concerned about when she spoke to Julian Jones, and now she has a complete disregard for the process of going forward for this law. I ask you now to look back, and if you too are a person of color, can you truly say that you feel safe in these current times when a man is someone sat on his neck for close to 9 minutes? This is something we all have to do, something we can all do better. There are FBI statistics and interracial crime, and we have to understand there is systemic racism, and it starts with each of us, not looking back, looking forward to make progress. And let me be clear, Councilman Tom Quirk, I appreciate, and Kathy Angers are superfluous in all that they have done for our community. But right now, we need to do the hard work, make the hard decisions, and not say we will not tolerate anything but. We need to acknowledge this is a yes for 7320. Chokeholds are unacceptable and murder is unacceptable. What we will do is celebrate our police and yes, acknowledge the fact that there's more work to do, and this is the starting point. We need to understand with pervasive racism. I'm not done yet. We all must acknowledge that persons of color have suffered 400 years
your
of
2 minutes are
racism,
up.
and I beg you to vote yes on 7320. Say their names.
Madam Chair, next speaker is Bridget Dumais.
Okay.
Ms. Dumais? Are you there? Ms. Dumais?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Bridge Dumais. I'm an organizer with 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East. Our union represents 2,000 who live and work in Baltimore County. We strongly support police reform, and we urge you to vote yes on this bill to make communities safer and improve public health. I was going to talk about institutionalized racism, but instead I would just ask you to please hear again the testimony of the family of Corinne Gaines and of Christopher Brown and of the other Black and brown individuals who testified about their experiences being oppressed by the Baltimore County Police Department. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are amid a public health crisis. And as healthcare workers, our members know that the safest way to respond when a person is experiencing a mental health crisis is a compassionate response with a focus on de-escalation. When armed officers are the first and only ones to respond to a mental health crisis call, especially without proper training, the situation is more likely to escalate in a way that endangers both the officers and the civilians. This bill requires more de-escalation training for officers and requires that mental health experts be consulted in the training process. Police officers are not healthcare professionals, so cooperation with mental experts is necessary for the safety of everyone involved. Furthermore, we support the amendment regarding civilians on the review board, allowing civilians to be appointed by the county council following the Board of Appeals model. This will ensure more accountability and transparency and help to rebuild trust between the police and the community, a goal we should all share. Finally, I'd like to address some points made by the opposition. The first point is saying we don't need a legislative approach. I strongly disagree. Legislation is needed because police chiefs change and policies change with them. Passing this bill will ensure that no matter who is in charge, chokeholds will remain banned, comprehensive training will still be required, and citizens will continue to have a role in reviewing police brutality cases. Secondly, that no other workers are told how they can and can't do their jobs. That is simply untrue. All workers are held to certain safety standards, and the police should not be any different because they are not above the law. Thank you so much for hearing our testimony. Thank you, Councilman Jones, for your leadership, and I respectfully urge the council to vote yes on Bill 70-23 with amendments that will strengthen the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Ms. Dumais.
Yes, Councilman.
So, Ms. Dumais, you had mentioned some interest in expanding the police review board. I was curious as to what SEIU's position is in increasing youth voice to the Equitable Policing Work Group.
Thank you, Councilman Patoga. We are in support of making sure that youth are equitably participating in these conversations and on these boards. And I agree with the comments you made earlier during the hearing of your bill.
Thank you.
Thank you
for hanging in there.
I would also like to make a statement, since there have been several people that have called in and mentioned Chief Hyatt's absence of this meeting. First and foremost, she was on the meeting at 4 o'clock with the rest of us. She was on the meeting for almost 5 hours, and there has been a homicide in Baltimore County, and Chief Hyatt is doing exactly what she's supposed to be doing as the police chief. So I hope that you will understand now, hearing why she is not here for the end of the meeting. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Benjamin Dubin. Mr. Dubin?
Yes, thank you.
I've been an advocate for people with disabilities for well over 30 years, and I believe that this escalation techniques are needed in this community. I feel that the bill, perhaps parts of it are good and it's a good starting point, but it doesn't address those individuals with disabilities. Different techniques have to be utilized with these individuals, whether they be deaf, whether they have any type of mental illness, whether they have an intellectual disability. These are big concerns of individuals living in with a disability. 12% of Baltimore County residents, according to the stats that I've seen, have some type of disability. The one section, 19.1.202, deals with verbal communication. Well, it's difficult to have verbal communication with somebody who is deaf. So more understanding has to be given to these situations. During COVID-19, if you're wearing a mask and the person you're talking to is profoundly deaf, he's not going to understand anything you're saying. So these crisis teams that we have in the community have to take into consideration other languages, other means of communication, such as sign language and the like. Part of, as Councilman Patoka talked about, adding to the review board, since we have 12% of our population has a disability, they should be represented on any review board, on any dealings with task forces that are addressing our community's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Ian Miller. Mr. Miller?
Hi, I'm Ian Miller with Catonsville Youth for Black Lives Matter. I'm in Councilman Quirk's district. I wanted to introduce the council to the most up-to-date polling data on the individual components of this bill because they've been studied extensively, because components of this bill were presented in both sides of the aisle in Congress when they attempted to pass police reform. So 87% of Americans want police officers to be required to undergo training on de-escalation tactics. This was a component of the Senate Republicans' Justice Act. 82% of Americans want to see police officers be required to undergo training on how to be less racially biased. 73% of Americans support banning chokeholds. 82% of Americans support the duty to intervene. This was also a component of the Senate Republicans' Justice Act. 81% of Americans support a national registry of police misconduct. Americans see a clear need to collect and store data of police misconduct. Baltimore County has to get on board with that. And on top of that, 73% of Americans support giving civilians their own oversight boards the ability to investigate and discipline officers who are accused of misconduct. So putting 2 Baltimore County civilians on an existing police hearing board and having a civilian voice as a minority is a minimum ask. Now, I want to mention that every single measure here is supported by at least 90% of Democrats and a majority of Republicans. So the fact of the matter is, this bill is just common sense legislation that will be supported by the vast majority of our community and even a majority of Republicans. Half of this bill was literally included in the Senate Republicans' police reform bill. So we are at a flashpoint in our history where this country wants to see real change in policing to get us out of this violent, racist, and nightmarish holding pattern of brutal police killings without justice served and the political violence that always follows in our streets. It is the responsibility of this body to meet this moment and act. Doing nothing is plain and simple unacceptable. You need to prove that you aren't beholden to the special interest in the county's institutions and pass this bill because it's supported by the vast majority of the community. The community needs it, the community demands it, and as the police chief herself once said, a police department has to reflect its community. So please reflect our values and vote to pass this bill, especially you, Tom Quirk, my representative. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Felicia McFarland. Ms. McFarland? Ms. McFarland? Let me operate you're muting yourself after I'm unmuting you. So let me unmute you. Ms. McFarland? Right there? Ms. McFarland? Madam Chair, I can come back to her so that we can move on.
Sounds good.
Going through the list here. I think we've had some people fall off, so I'm trying to. Ruben Amaya,
Yep.
are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I want to thank Councilman Jones for bringing forth an important piece of legislation. By adding crucial safeguards and necessary training, this bill will help to prevent tragic losses of life as we've seen throughout our country. No life is worth losing because we allow those who we put our trust in to abuse their powers and face minimal penalties in the eyes of our justice system. The great men and women of the Baltimore County Police Department have one of the highest honors of developing a strong relationship with our youth, stakeholders, and every resident of Baltimore County. But it is hard to do that when certain measures are not taken in guaranteeing that our officers do not abuse their powers. History always has a great way of judging our leaders. It was FDR who famously once said, "It is common sense to take a method and try it, and if it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something." I commend Councilman Jones for trying and using his powers for good. It's in turbulent times like these where we look to our leaders to do the things that are right. And so to the council members who are still on the fence on this piece of legislation, I ask that you consider how strongly history will look at you. And when people remember you in years to come, whether you acted on the injustices faced in our communities or you did nothing and allowed it to continue. This is your opportunity to act, to do something to guarantee to all residents of Baltimore County that their hard-earned money is being sent to those that enforce the law in an equal and equitable manner. It is vital that we understand that just because a certain system or practice has been in place for many years, it does not mean that it is just or that we should allow it to continue. This body now has the ability to bring change that our constituents have been demanding for many years. So the question now is whether you are going to listen to our voices and bring about change and bring a better future to our children, or ignore them and bring about a future of uncertainty and doubt. But all we ask is that you try and do something. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Gottlieb. Ms. Gottlieb?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I just want to start by stating that my testimony does not represent any group that I'm affiliated with or my employer. I'm here to testify in support of the bill. I think it's a good start, but I don't think that it goes far enough. I'm a disability rights activist who has been in this field for 20 years now, so I have a lot of experience with various disability issues. Nationwide, 30 to 50% of police uses of excessive force are against people with disabilities. And unlike Ethan Saylor, who was mentioned before, most people that are disabled have invisible disabilities. And the statistic that another previous person mentioned is also probably inaccurate. According to CDC statistics, 26% of Americans have some sort of a disability, and often they're not obvious. Eric Garner had asthma, diabetes, and a heart condition. Sandra Bland had epilepsy and depression. Elijah McClain had autism. George Floyd had a heart condition. Freddie Gray had lead poisoning. And Eric Sopp very clearly had some sort of mental health diagnosis. I've spoken with the councilman, and he wants to do this in 2 steps, and he wants the second step of his effort to be increasing crisis intervention. Unfortunately, I think that that's not going to work. This all needs to be done together because you can't reduce uses of excessive force unless you have appropriate tools in place. And only having 2 to 3 crisis intervention teams on duty at any given moment is not going to be enough to reduce those excessive uses of force, because unfortunately, police cannot be social workers. They're not trained for that. That's not their job. They should never have been doing that in the first place. I've also spoken with the councilman, and he's noted, which is true, that Maryland was the first state to have training. After Ethan Saylor's death, there is now mandated training, but that is specifically for police dealing with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And there are plenty of other disabilities that police come in contact with, such as deafness, mental health issues, and as the law professor mentioned several hours ago now, issues with breathing. And so I think that also the de-escalation techniques is a good step, but the fact that the different kinds of training are not outlined in the bill is also an oversight. And I just to wrap up, I submitted.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're way over your time.
Well, I just wanted to mention that I submitted some statistics for you to look over at your leisure from the Bureau of Justice Statistics from the DOJ about the number of hours of training that police have in different subjects, and that the amount of training that police are getting in working with individuals with disabilities is woefully inadequate. So with that, I'll end.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Zachary Kovich. Mr. Kovich?
Hi.
Hi.
So a lot of the arguments against the bill that I heard tonight were that the system is good enough as it is. And the reason that I'm here is because the system that we have isn't good enough. The system can be better and more fair. But by not trying to make it better, by trying to let the system fix the system, those that refuse to act and to fix what is broken are being cavalier with the lives of our brothers and sisters who needlessly have their time cut short. Every life is precious and should be cherished, and this is a bill that doesn't take life for granted and aims to protect as many people as possible. The other arguments that it will be more difficult to bring in new officers and that our officers will have to train harder to adapt to these policies show a lack of demand for excellence. The work of a law enforcement officer is difficult, but we should demand excellence of our officers and officials sworn to protect us and to have our best interests in mind. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for the 6+ hour marathon and for bearing with us. So I support this bill and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there, and thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, next speaker is Bill Adams. Mr. Adams.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. First, I'd like to suggest that we testify moving forward alphabetically. That's a different topic. I am in support of Bill 7320 and I'm pleased to see it put forth during this post-George Floyd period of American life. I'm 61 years of age and white. I'm a homeowner here in Windsor Mill, District 4. First, I would like to say I was moved by the testimony and sentiments of Andrew Miller, Jessica Kleitman, George White, Jordan Harberger, Solomon Jones, Sharita Morrison, Jasmine Richardson, and Angela McLean, amongst many others. For the past 5+ years, I've been a Big Brother mentor with Big Brothers Big Sisters at the Y. I have a little brother who grew up in the Penn North area of Baltimore City, with whom I've worked with since 2015 when he was 10 years old. I often have talks with my little brother, now 15, about how to deal with situations where he might be in a place where the police are present. I advise him to always be polite, and if instructed to do something by the police, to do so without question. With the killings and beatings by police of Black people, which we have all witnessed since the proliferation of the cell phone camera, I worry greatly about my little brother. I can only imagine how much his mother must also worry. I believe the elements of Police Reform Bill 7320 are commonsensical and pertinent in helping to address some of the problems which have been publicly documented many, many times over the years relative to the abuse of policing of Black people. In this historical period of societal uprising, change must come. Baltimore County cannot not do anything. Thank you, Councilman Jones, for the creation of this thoughtful police reform bill. Council members, I urge you to please vote yes on Bill 7320. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Janaya Johnson, and I'm probably not pronouncing the name correctly. Are you there?
Me? Hi.
Yes,
you
we
hear me?
can. Yes.
Hi, thank you guys so much for having me. My name is Janaya Johnson. I'm a 17-year-old female attending Carver Center. I do support this bill, and I'm going to ask that you all support this bill as well. It's the unfortunate truth that these situations could be me or any of your kids, nephews, nieces, or any family member. How do you all say you de-escalated the situation in the case with a young African-American girl in middle school, but used excessive force? I now fear how police will mistreat me over what they claim is to be something rowdy. Not saying I am a rowdy individual, that is not me. But regarding so many more cases, there are times where the individual did nothing wrong. For example, Christopher Brown's case. Now, of course, everyone will have their own opinion, but let me ask you, what examples are you truly trying to input into the younger generation? This bill gives us hope for as a community and the police force as well to handle situations in a better way. Once the police start taking charge, because we can only do as much of protesting until we take legal actions to further the point of the movement and the importance of why excessive force should not be used on someone that is human, has no gun, and is in no way to a threat to a man or woman with higher authority and weapons to harm anyone of any kind. So if I may ask you all, because I have listened to all of your discussions, would you feel differently if that was your daughter or son? Would your mind change if that was one of your family members being put in a life or death situation with no control over if they will be breathing or be able to live in the next 5 to 10 minutes? We are scared, and I am scared. What will you all do to change that? I ask that you please support this bill for the better of the Baltimore County. Please be the change that makes us better, not worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a question for Janelle, is it?
Yeah.
Janelle, are you a rising senior at Carver?
Yes, sir.
What's your prime?
I dance.
Great. My son just graduated from Carver. He was in design and production. And I just want to say thank you for bringing testimony forward, and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, this will be our final speaker this evening. It is Ms. Felicia McFarland. We're going to try her one more time before we end this meeting. Ms. McFarland? Ms. McFarland, are you there? Madam Chair, I've tried a couple times. I don't know if she's having technical difficulties, but I have her unmuted and we have no sound, so.
Okay, well, you tried. Well, I'd like to thank all the council members. We are at 6 hours and 10 minutes. I think that's a Guinness record for a work session, I think. Does anybody remember one longer? Transgender.
I think you may be right, Kathy.
Yeah, transgender bathrooms was about four.
That was a long one, yeah.
Yeah, pretty long one. But anyway, well, you know, we discussed a lot of things tonight, but for this bill, people are certainly passionate about it. And I'm grateful that people could call and share their thoughts and ideas and their experiences as well. So thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. I want to thank everybody that participated tonight, and because you got to remember, they were holding on too and waiting their turn. I don't think we lost that many people. And yeah, so I look forward to working with all of you between now and the work session. I mean, the council meeting. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank everybody for testifying as well. Thank you. And thank all my colleagues for your patience.
Okay. Duly noted, I'm getting up and I'm leaving the room, just letting y'all know.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you,
Have a
Madam
good
Chair
night.
and
Stay well.
council members. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, and Stacy, you be careful going home. David Marks is still in the building, have him walk you to your car.
Thank you.
Social distance.
Still in the building too. You all three walk to the
Yeah.
car.
I think he's armed too, aren't you, David?
Hardly. Hungry but not armed.
I'll protect you, David.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, good. Thank you,
We can get to dinner,
Stacy.
right,
Thank
Stacy?
you. Thank
David
you.
is armed with a Boy Scout penknife.
They would have arrested me for coming
I
to
think
Billy.
they're illegal.
David, do you own a Swiss Army knife?
Back home, yeah. Back home.
Hey, Chris,
Okay.
make sure she gets to her car too.
Yeah, take care.
All right, bye, everybody.
Will do. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, this is it.